Hi, Wusa. How's your day going? Welcome, everybody. Aw, thank you, Arrow. I like it too. I'm glad you like it. Welcome, welcome, everyone. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Sunday, 9 p.m. Well, thank you for giving me some time out of your evening. My weekend is going well, thank you. We'll get started here in about 1 minute. Hey, Curses. Hey, Ahmed. Welcome in. Hello, everybody. All right, let's go ahead and get started, shall we? Hey, engineer. Good to see ya. All right, welcome, folks. Thank you all for coming by today. Um, yeah, so today we are, I'm just thinking about the time of year, right? And in November, 100 Devs is going to start a new freelancing crash course sort of a thing that's going to last about a month. And I was thinking, well, as we get closer to that, we might have some folks on the catch up crew who are getting to the full stack part of the 100 devs experience. And they might be struggling with building full stack projects and getting that practice in. Hey, Juan. Hey, Renitz. And so my thought was, why don't we go ahead and create a full stack template that can do anything and everything that someone at that point might want to do? And we go ahead and build it here on stream. I'll make it available on my GitHub. It actually already is. And so that way, folks can feel more comfortable and confident building full stack projects for clients come November. So, yeah, that's the goal for today. And so, with that in mind, oh, hi, Copper Lily, good to see you. So, yeah, with that in mind, we're going to build a full stack project with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Express, and excuse me, something in my throat, and MongoDB and Mongoose on the back end. So it's going to be a very classic kind of a stack there, very focused on the 100 Devs crew. And yeah, we're going to talk through every step of the way. And I'm curious, is there anybody here in chat today who is in the catch-up crew? Hashtag catch-up crew. Hmm. Flipped, good to have you here. At the tail end of it. That's awesome, Arrow. Yeah. Wusa, I was just asking if for folks who are in 100 devs and who might be in what we call the catch-up crew, so folks who are going through the cohort now, not live, but catching up with the lessons a little bit later. Yeah. Oh, Quirky, that's awesome. Ahmed, class 62, way to go. Engineer says, been trying to work through the cohort for a while, so definitely trying to catch up. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. And that's the nice thing about catch-up crews, that you can go at your own pace. One thing I've been seeing on the Discord quite a bit is that when folks hit that, they hit the JavaScript, they're okay with it. Then when they first have to start building full stack apps, that's very challenging. And it is, it's a huge step. You have to get multiple parts of your application to work together properly. You have to figure out what all those crazy errors are. You have to figure out how to connect to a database. And things can be really challenging if, for the first few apps that you build. Now, I will say for anybody who's at that point, is that as you keep building apps, you start to notice that there's a lot of patterns. There's lots of patterns in full stack applications that just get repeated over and over and over again. And so, if you can start to identify those patterns, you can reuse bits of other applications that you've built in the past and simply just copy and paste into your new application. Hence, why we're building a template today. So, the goal of this template is to give you a jumping off point for an application that you want to build. This is not going to be a finished application, it's going to work, but it's going to be a blueprint or a foundation for whatever else you want to build. Hey, Matthias, good to see you. Arrow says, I don't care if this is a good time to ask, but any suggestions on hosting said full stack apps for no cost? Yeah, I mean, there's several options. So Netlify used to be the main one, but they stopped doing that. There's also Cyclic. I hear that one a lot. Cyclic. There's somebody correct me if I get this wrong. Is it Railway? Railway. Okay. Clipped recommends Render. Awesome. Yeah. If you all have recommendations for free hosting services, please shout them out in chat. Hey, Jim. Good to see you. Yeah. And hey, you don't have to be in any cohort. You don't have to be in Catch Up Crew. You don't have to be in anything to enjoy the process of learning and practicing skills. So, yeah, that's a fantastic attitude to have. Ahmed says, I want to ask a question. I got an interview recently and it went really well. It's a React position. Oh, that's awesome. So by that, they mean React JS. Yeah. I'm scared. I feel like I don't know enough React. Is it normal? Absolutely. Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, if it went really well, then you're the person that they want, and they're gonna teach you whatever you need to know. Absolutely, yeah. You'll be surprised, for folks who have never had a tech job before. You'd be surprised often how much jobs are willing to teach you. If you show you are willing and able to learn, and you work well with the team, that's a big part of it. And then they're like, okay, we can teach this person. We can teach them our culture. We can teach them our processes. We can teach them the skills that they need to work with our systems. For me, in my current role, like the first months of my work that I was in my current dev role, my first months of work. Oh, thank you for the follow, MSO. Those first few months of work were just training. I did not contribute a single thing. I did not contribute a line to the code base, like actual production code. It was all just training for months. So yeah, don't. You're gonna get a lot of that. That's just how it's gonna work. So some asking about the hosting services. We've got fly.io. Okay. So yeah, we've got several options here that folks have shouted out in chat. Hopefully one of those will work for you. Um, yeah. Hey, Top Silo, welcome. Good to see you. But yeah, congrats on the interview, Ahmed. Pleasure says, I was able to land a part-time dev job with a family friend, but I'm still working through Catch Up Crew to fill in the immense knowledge gap. Hype for this stream. Thanks for your work. Oh, that's awesome. Congrats on getting the job, by the way. That's rad. And yeah, you'll be able, the more you practice it, the easier it'll get, the more you'll be able to fill in those gaps. Absolutely. Yeah, and welcome to the stream, Alan. Thank you for your contribution. Fly.io. Matthias says, makes sense. Probably easier to teach from scratch than to re-educate how one did it before. Yeah, that's a huge part of it that most people don't know, is that companies don't necessarily like it. They want someone they can mold, right? They don't necessarily want someone coming in with like a lot of rigid structures and like someone who can't change. They want someone who they can mold to fit their structure, fit their processes. They don't want someone who's coming in and being like, well, nope, this is how I do it. I don't care how you guys do it. This is how I do it, and it works. But yeah, they don't care about that. They want someone that they can teach to do things their way. So that's a huge part of it, is your willingness to learn, your ability to adapt. Those are big skills to have. You got a bit of confirmation you might land it. Yeah, that's rad. Go Ahmed. Woo, way to go. Congratulations. All right, yeah, and for those of you who are new, we got a lot of people on stream today, bright and early. So thank you all so much for being here. For those of you who are new to the stream, we are going to be building a project today. We're going to be building it from scratch, and so you are very welcome to code along with us. As we code, we're going to be talking about what each thing does, why we're doing it, what it's for, and so what that means is sometimes I'm going to ask you guys questions, quiz you a little bit on your knowledge, but don't feel obligated to answer. Also, I don't know is a valid answer too. That's perfectly valid to say. And if people say I don't know, then we'll talk about it. We'll explain it. We'll go through it. Also, you are absolutely welcome to ask questions at any point. Try to keep them sort of on topic, but hey, if there's something really interesting that you wanted to share or ask about, go ahead and do it. Yeah, so feel free to ask questions. I'll sometimes ask you guys questions, and we'll just kind of go through it together. Hi, Leo. Welcome to the stream. Hello, I don't know. All right. Ah, hi, Drunk Uncle Grandma. Good to see you. Hey, Speedy Alex. Welcome to the stream. Hello, this. All right. So let's go ahead and get into it. What are we building today? Well, today we are building a full stack application. Oh, sorry. One more thing too. If you're new to the stream, I have closed captioning enabled. So if you want or need closed captions, they are auto generated. You can hover your mouse over the right side of this side for you guys, over the right side of your viewing window, and a little pop-up should appear with the closed caption icon. You can click on that, and it should start closed captions for you on the stream itself. All right. Also, too, if at any point you want to see the finished code, if you get behind, if you get confused, if you just got to leave and you just want the finished code, you can use !project in chat. !project to get the finished code. It's on my GitHub. Okay. All right. So what are we building today? Today we are building a full stack template, like I talked about. So I'll zoom in a little bit for you. This template has a few features. For one, it's multi-page. So we can see we have a navbar up here up top. Navbars are very common on most sites. So we're going to build one of those today. It has multi-page, and it has this is all just mostly filler on the homepage. It's just filler text. I had ChatGPT generated for me. It's just stuff about kittens. But the main point here on the homepage is that we have this auto-cycling photo carousel, which is a great thing, especially for client sites. They love those big splash pages with that cycle through images of their business, especially restaurants. They seem to really love that. So I wanted to build one of those. These images are also generated by Dolly. So these are in the GitHub. They're not copyrighted by anyone or anything like that. So I had Dolly generate me some images, but yeah, the main point here is it's an auto cycling carousel. So we're going to build that today. And then we head over to our item page here. It looks fairly simple, but the main point here is the functionality. So what this is doing is it is a fully functional CRUD integration. So by CRUD, I mean create, read, update, delete. So it allows you to do those 4 basic tasks. And when we create, read, update, and delete, we are doing so against a MongoDB backend. So we're using MongoDB Atlas on the backend, which is a cloud-based, document-based database service. And it's off in the cloud, so you can use it for your applications. No matter where they're hosted, you can always access the data, or how many people are accessing it, you can always reach your data. So we're going to be using MongoDB for the backend. That's where this data is stored. And so here we can do something like test4 and test4 description. Oops, if I can spell. And then when we create an item, that item is written to the database, goes up through a server, written to the database, and it's read back down into our application. Also, we can update items. So if I click the edit button here, that data is populated in these edit boxes. I can update, and then I can also delete. So create, read, update, delete here. And I'm going to show you how to do all of those things. And so obviously this is a very simple implementation of that, but you can use this as a starter point for pretty much whatever else you want to do in your application. Okay. Catching up with Chad here. John Coco Grandma says, those cat pics look amazing. Are they from Dolly? Yes. So they are from Dolly. I'm pretty amazed myself. If we get through the project, a little quicker this evening, I will show you how those were generated. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty amazing what Dolly can do. So and I was gonna add a channel point reward for Dolly. Like you could cash in channel points to get a Dolly image generated. I forgot to do that. Yeah. All right. Bevron says, "Is there any logging in?" No, but if you want to see authentication, I've done several projects where that is implemented. So just last week, we did a project where we implemented authentication using JSON Web Tokens. I've also done some videos where we did authentication using Google OAuth, so where it makes you click on your Google account and you log in. So if you want to see more about that, you can go to you can type exclamation point YouTube in chat. That'll give you a link to my YouTube channel, and you can search on my channel for just like the word auth, and that should bring up several videos where we've done authentication. Dogland. Quirky, as far as web hosting too, Quirky is suggesting Vercel. Yes, I've also heard that too. Yep, Vercel is good and at times more stable than Netlify. Awesome, that's great. Thank you, Quirky. Lizine says, "Is this adding, deleting, and editing items the same thing as an API?" Well, we're going to build. We're going to be building. Basically, we're going to be building three parts of this. Essentially, we're going to be building our front end, which is the part that the user interacts with. We're going to be building our server, which is like the API that all of our data flows through, and then we're also going to be setting up, our backend, which is our database. So yeah, and so you can also interact with pre-built APIs. So there's a lot of APIs out there that already have data in them, and you just connect to them. But we're going to be building our own server for this project, which is not as hard as it sounds. Okay. Any other questions before we get started? I don't want actually. I'll stay on this page on the right side of the screen. I don't want the kitten. I don't want the kitten scrolling to be distracting to anybody while we're actually doing this. Move this over. Welcome, folks. We've got a lot of folks coming in here now. We are just getting started with the coding portion of our application that we're building today. So great to see you all here. Once again, you can do exclamation point project for the finished code. It will also post automatically in chat every 5 minutes. And otherwise, we are going to build this from scratch ourselves. Kitten carousel and all. Mikey, you're welcome. Yes, we are just now getting started. Engineer says, "Have you ever used any no-code options? I have an opportunity to build a backend for a Bubble.io site, but I'm not sure if it's worth learning." I've had a client who had me build a site for them using just one of those drag and drop type interfaces, and it was fine. It wasn't hard for me to learn, but I haven't used Bubble.io specifically. Drunk Uncle Grandma says EJS or React. We are being beginner friendly today, so we are going to be using EJS for this project. Good question. Yeah, we're going to be using EJS for this project. Not that it couldn't be done in React, it absolutely could, but we are trying to be friendly to the catch-up crew today, so we are going to be using EJS, and EJS is more than capable of handling something like this. Yeah. Okay, so a lot of folks like to start their projects in various different ways. And there's no bad place to start. But today I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with the basic setup for our server. So our API that's going to be handling requests from our front end. So we'll start with the basic setup for that. And I'm going to talk about some of the things in our server that are going to be common across pretty much any application you'll ever build, any Express application you'll ever build. So we'll start, we'll get the basics of our server set up, and then we'll go over to the front end, we'll build that out, and then we'll make everything flow through to our backend. I think that's what we'll do today. Yeah. Leo says Express. Are you asking what that is? So I'm happy to answer that. I just want to make sure I understand your question. Okay. JS. Leo says EJS equals Express. No, so EJS is something that it's basically an alternative way for us to write our front end. And what it does is it allows you to dynamically render HTML components based on data that you're getting from your server. So rather than it being a fully static HTML page, it's going to be able to generate HTML elements kind of on the fly, based on, for example, here on our item page here, if I had 16 items, it would generate 16 instances of this list and 16 instances of these buttons. So EJS allows us to dynamically generate as many elements as we need. Yeah. Embedded JavaScript. That's right. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and start setting up our structure. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open my terminal. Yeah, no worries. Yep. So I'm going to open my terminal and I'm going to initialize my package manager. So how do we do that? Does anybody know how we do that? When I'm setting up a brand new server, how do I initialize my package manager? We're going to be using npm today, which is our package manager. And all you need to do is type npm init. I'm also going to type -y. And what npm init -y does is it skips all those annoying questions it asks you. Sometimes I remember to do that, sometimes I don't, but this time I did. So I'm going to say npm init -y. And as soon as I do, it has generated a package.json file for me. So now I can install packages that I will need for this particular project. Yeah. Now, does anybody have any suggestions on if I'm building a full stack project, what are some things I might want to install here? I'm going to do npm and then install. I could also do npm I. What are some things I might want to install for a full stack project? Yeah, the most important one is probably Express, right? I'm going to want, at the very least, Express. What Express does is it helps us build a server essentially much more quickly and easily than we could by just using Node. Express installs on top of Node, and it kind of adds a translation layer between the commands we type and Node itself as a little, abstraction. Yeah, Express. Yeah, we're also going to install Mongoose. That's right. Mongoose is going to help us work with MongoDB and make it a little easier and cleaner to work with, kind of like Express does for Node. Right. Yeah. We're also going to use Cores. Right. Cores helps with security errors that you might get when you're trying to run your application. Helps you bypass those. Exactly. Let me see here. What else do we got? We won't need to install MongoDB itself because we're using Mongoose. So Mongoose works on top of MongoDB. So as long as we have Mongoose, we're fine. Jim Fix says, if and when using MongoDB, is it okay to use a local MongoDB server? Yeah, if you have one, go for it. Should work just fine. Yeah, and so .env is the other one. Now, I just learned last week, I believe it was from you, Dr. Moto, that that .env is no longer required in Express. But I haven't tested that yet. It's not that I don't believe you, but I haven't tested it personally. So we're still going to use it today. However, I do highly encourage folks to try without, learn how to do it without, and then and that's one less thing to install, right? So yeah, the only reason we're using it today is just because I haven't tested that personally yet. So I try to avoid unexpected things, during stream. Um, let's see. So we've got cores, we've got .env, Express, Mongoose. Now the last thing we're going to install is EJS, which is the embedded JavaScript we're going to be using today as well. So we'll install that. Express, Mongoose, cores, .env, Express. Yep, I think that's it. Yep, you're exactly correct, Leo. All right, so we've installed all those things. Now we can use them in our server. So let's go ahead and create our server. So inside of my root folder here, I'm going to create a new file called server.js. In some projects, you might see this called app.js. Those names are used pretty much interchangeably. You might sometimes see it called app.js, sometimes server.js. It just depends. But in general, they both contain the same information. So don't let that confuse you if you're looking at other people's code. All right, now I'm going to pop in my require statements. I'm going to copy and paste these from the finished version, but we're going to talk about each one of them, okay? Mostly because my spelling is terrible and I misspell things all the time. So, and for the most part, I won't be copying and pasting. So the first one here is basically what we're doing with these require statements is we are just bringing in these packages into our server.js so we can use the methods that are associated with them. So our first statement here is setting up .env so that we can configure environment variables. What do environment variables allow us to do? When we say environment variables, what are those for? Share our secrets with GitHub. Hi, yes, that's right. They allow us so that we don't share our secrets with GitHub, right? Yeah, and there's also that's a good point, Oxmardo. Yeah, so they do two things. They allow us to obscure things we don't want to share with the wider world, such as database connection, passwords, usernames, that kind of thing. You know, API keys, all that kind of thing. But they're also, as Oxmardo mentions, they environment variables also allow you to use those variables anywhere in your app. So once you set them up, then you can use those variables globally. Thank you for the follow, Hollywood. I appreciate it. Sorry your name got cut off by the edge of the screen. I still haven't figured out exactly where my alerts should go. Woltai, thank you for the follow. Yes, and then the important second part of that is we have to add our .env file to our gitignore file so we don't accidentally push it. I have done that before. I've pushed secrets to GitHub. I'm sure many of you have as well. So yeah, if you're new and you do it, don't worry. I think everybody's done it at some point. Then you got to frantically change your password. So it happens, and that's what we're doing here. We're just setting up these variables, and then we want to initialize Express. So we can just say const app equals Express. Happens to the best of us. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, that's kind of the basic there. Now I'm going to go ahead and set up my .env file so I can put a couple things in it that I'm going to need. Information is a privilege. Don't give it to anyone. That sounds like the tagline for like a spy novel. I like it. Like Duncan Graham says, they've done it 3 times so far. See, everybody does it. All right, we'll go ahead and set up our .env folder or file. I'm sorry. And in here, the first thing I'm going to put is I'm going to create a variable called port. And this is going to be the port that we're going to be connecting to when we initialize our server. So I'm going to do 3500 because I already have my existing version running on port 3000, but you can choose whatever number you like as long as something else isn't already running there. Hey, Aich, welcome to the stream. And Hollywood BT, welcome to the stream as well. You didn't miss too much, Hollywood. We just set up our server.js file. We installed our dependencies, and we are kind of just setting up our environment variables at the moment. So I'll just post in chat here real quick. These are the things we installed if you want to catch up with us. So those are our dependencies that we installed. We installed cores.env, EJS Express, and Mongoose. That's what we're going to be using today. So if you want to code along, also if you want to see the finished code, type !project in chat. !project for the finished code if you want a reference to look at. But we really haven't gotten very far, so don't worry. All right, so my variable here is going to be called port. We're capitalizing it because it's a constant. It's not going to change. And my second variable here, it's just project, no S. Yeah, just project. So my second thing here I'm going to do is I'm going to set up these variables, but I'm not going to put them in yet. MongoDB username, MongoDB password, and MongoDB collection name. Welcome in, folks. We just got a lot of new folks in here. Good to see you all. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so today we are building a full stack template that folks can use as a jumping off point for their projects. We haven't gotten very far. All we've done really is set up our initial require statements in our server.js file, and now we're setting up our .env file. We've also installed our dependencies. So feel free to check out the package.json file in the GitHub repo if you want to see what those are. Exclamation point project for the GitHub file. Woltai says, will the VOD be saved for the stream so I can watch it later? Yes. It will be available here on Twitch for 60 days on the videos tab on my channel. And then prior to that, it will go to YouTube, exclamation point YouTube, if you want to link to my YouTube channel. And also, I have a huge crop of videos that I just moved over to YouTube. They're still private. I haven't published them yet, but those will go live next week. Engineer Moore says, where did the package lock.json come from again? Yeah, that's a great question. That came from the npm init command. So essentially what npm init does is it's npm initialize, and that initializes the package files that we need to store the information about the stuff we're installing. So when we did npm init, we got package.json, and then as soon as we started installing things, this contains all the data about those packages. So it's two parts. Package.json comes from npm init, and package lock.json comes from those installations that we did. So if you go in there, there's a lot of stuff in there. You shouldn't be messing around in there. Don't touch it. But that's important. That's all important stuff. Okay. Icefire says, when we get to it, can you step through changing a password in MongoDB? Yes, absolutely, I can. That's why I'm not filling in these .env variables yet, because that takes a little explanation when we get there. So I'm just declaring them for now. One thing I am going to fill in, and you should too, is we're going to fill in a collection name. This is going to be the collection in which you want your stuff to be stored in MongoDB. And we'll talk more about this later, what exactly a collection is. But we're going to want to put in, actually, no, this is put that wrong. This is the database name. That's wrong in the repo, sorry. But it's not going to hurt anything. You can call it whatever you want. So this is the database where we want our projects to be stored. So database name is going to be, I'm going to call it templates collection. Yeah. All right. So go ahead and save that. You can leave these blank for now. We'll fetch them later. Don't worry about that. We've just declared them. We'll fetch them later. All right. So template collection, or whatever you want to call your, and I said collection again. It's template database. I got it backwards in my head. All right. Template database. You can call it whatever you want. Now that we've done that, let's head back to our server.js. Yeah, no worries, Icefire. I can't believe I didn't catch that before. It is wrong in the repo. I will change that later. Yeah, sorry. All right, so we've now that we've declared those environment variables, we can actually call on them inside of our server.js. Because as somebody said earlier, that makes those variables global, so we can use them anywhere in our app. And we're about to see that in just a second. The next thing we're going to declare here is a variable called port. And this is where we're going to pull in that declaration of our port variable from our .env file. Yes, and I did save, yes, that's a good reminder. When you create your .env file and you put stuff in it, don't forget to save it. Yep, I've definitely forgotten that before. All right, so now if I want to reference one of those environment variables, how would I do that? How would I do that? If I wanted to call on an environment variable, what do I do? Well, sis, welcome to the stream. Yes, you're very close. Yes, it's actually going to be process.env. So process.env, and then the name of the variable. So in this case, we're going to call on port. And then I'm also just going to say this. And actually, I'll do 4,000. So what am I doing here? Well, if for some reason this port variable isn't available, we still need a port to connect to, so I can hard code one. ENP, thank you so much for the follow. Backup port. Exactly, it is. Yeah. Yep. So that's just a backup port in case the first one is not available. Oh, goodness. Thank you so much for the follow, Lilsus. I appreciate it. All right, next thing I'm going to do is we're going to connect to MongoDB. Now, with Mongoose, that makes connecting to MongoDB very easy. Got my light here a little bit, like a crypt keeper in shadow there. So Mongoose makes connecting to MongoDB very easy. We can simply use mongoose.connect in order to do that. And in here is where you're going to put your connection string. Now, the connection string looks pretty long, but it's actually fairly easy to find. And I will show you where to get that. So what we're going to do here is we're going to head on over to your Mongo instance of MongoDB. You can log in. Maybe. There we go. You can log in and it's going to take you to your active cluster. Once you've logged in, you can browse collections, you can see all your data, you can do anything you want, but we're going to go over here to connect. And when you click on connect, you're going to click on drivers. And down here, you can say add your connection string into your application code. You don't have to install anything else. It tells you to. It says, oh, install MongoDB, do all this stuff. Yeah, you don't have to because we've already installed Mongoose. So you don't need it. But what you do need is this connection string right here. So I'm going to copy that. And then we can head back to our VS Code. And I'm going to paste it in here. Surround it with tick marks. And in here is where we're going to insert those environment variables that we just declared a little bit ago, right? We just declared some environment variables for our username, for our password, and for our database name. So we're going to drop those in this connection string. So was everybody able to find their connection string and get it in? Let me know if I'm going too fast. It's okay. So right here, this is my username, but I'm going to go ahead and drop in that variable that we just declared. So MongoDB username, I'm going to drop that in. Oop. Well, here, I'll do this first. We'll do this. env MongoDB username. Okay. So let's say I had filled all these in. If I were to just try to connect, putting in the variables like this, would it work? If I did, username, password, database name, that kind of thing, if I just dropped them in, would it work? What do I need to do instead? Yeah, exactly. What's that called? What's that called? Sorcery. Yeah, it's called a template literal. So if you look closely, you'll notice that I didn't use regular quotes here. I didn't use the vertical quotes like you might normally do. I use the tick mark. If you're working on an English keyboard, so an English language keyboard, the tick mark is going to be directly under the escape key on your keyboard. So if you hit the tick mark, pop that in there, then you can do something kind of special, which is what's called a template literal. So you can drop like JavaScript directly into a string. So when I do that, you can see it changes color. I drop it in, and I'm going to do the same thing for my password. So I'm going to replace this whole section of the string, part with the carets. I'm going to replace that. I'm going to say MongoDB password. And then the last thing I'm going to do is drop in my collection name. And your collection name, hey, Phil Snabble, good to see you. Your collection name is going to go right here. So you see where the slash and the question mark are? That is where your collection name goes. Now, MongoDB doesn't fill that in for you. It doesn't put a placeholder in for you, in their version of it. However, if you leave that blank, it will write all of your data to a database called test, and that sucks, right? You want a database that has an actual name you're going to recognize. You don't want everything being written to a single database called test, like all your projects getting written to a database called test. That sucks. So instead, we're going to put in our database name variable, and that will fill that in and assign it a name that we can actually recognize. Yes, it's database. Did I say collection again? Because the collections will get written to a database called test. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep saying it wrong. I know the difference, but my brain has gotten on a weird tangent. So yes, we are absolutely doing a database here, and your if you don't fill that in, your data will get written to a database called test, and all of the collections in your application, in every application you did would get written to a single database called test, and nobody wants that. So you could have multiple collections, sure, but they're all going to be in a test database. So instead, you always want to make sure you specify a database name inside of your connection string. All right, so that's going to allow us to connect to MongoDB. It says, I do not hope this is a client application, otherwise I would use an API. Oh no, yeah, we're building, we're kind of combining things today. We're building a basically a template for a full stack application. So this is not necessarily like a, I don't know, production code or anything like that, but it's a jumping off point for folks to build a full stack application. Yeah. Just teaching folks how to build their own servers and spin up a full stack application to connect to a remote database, in this case, MongoDB. All right. So once you've connected to MongoDB, there's a couple things you're always going to want to do. Uh, you're always going to want to let yourself know that you are connected to MongoDB, because otherwise, how would you know you're safe to write data? Sometimes the connection doesn't work. Maybe you got your password wrong. Who knows? And there's various ways you can do that. You could have this be an asynchronous function. You could put in, try catch blocks, that kind of thing. I'm going to have several examples of multiple ways to do this with asynchronous functions, with promises, that kind of thing, all throughout the application. So one way you can do it is you can essentially use classic promise notation, because this connection here is essentially a promise, if you know what those are. And so you can use promise notation, use then and then catch in order to return a specific message once that connection is successful, or catch any errors that might be thrown. So I'm going to say then, and then once we're connected, we can console log just something like MongoDB connected. There we go. And then if there's a problem, we can simply catch the error. And we want to take the error and we want to console log it. All right. Strain says, MongoDB is shaming me for being inactive on building. I had to partition a new cluster. Oh no, you haven't used it in a while then. Oh. All right, so this is going to allow us to connect. And after we've done that, now we can start initializing some of the more local stuff, the stuff that we're going to be using just to get our server up and running. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is, before we start thinking about things like our app.listen, getting our server spun up, what's usually the next thing that we do? What's the next thing that we always want to have in our server before we actually start doing things like accepting requests, listening for data, that type of thing? What's something that we always kind of want to have next in the sequence when we're building a server? I'll give you a hint. It goes in the middle. Hey, Indifferent. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Indifferent. I really appreciate it. My alerts are just jank right now, so I'm sorry you didn't get an alert, but thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, so the next thing we're going to want in the sequence is middleware because middleware needs to be able to process requests before they hit our server. So we want to make sure middleware, it's important that you have middleware in the right sequence inside of your server. For example, you can't have it last. Um, you always want to make sure it's ahead of any actual data processing that happens in your. So, for example, we're going to connect to the database first, but then the very next thing we're going to do is we're going to set up our middleware because that data needs to flow through that middleware before it actually gets processed. Yeah, it goes in the middle. Exactly. That's the thing. Yep. That makes it easier to remember so you don't forget it. All right, first thing we're going to do is we'll go ahead and enable cores. One of the most common things that I see people struggle with when they first start building full stack applications is they try to run their application, they try to send a request, and then they get errors in the console. They get these very scary errors in the console from Chrome or Edge or whatever browser they're using that says this request has been blocked by a cross origin security, and they're like, oh my god, what did I do? And it's really just because it's a security feature. Your browser is trying to protect you from foreign requests that might come through that don't have the appropriate headers. And most of the time when you're sending internal requests from an application like this, that's going to happen. And so installing cores is going to help you bypass those security. It's going to make your request legit. Basically, your browser's going to trust your request. Thank you for the follow, Bambucha. I appreciate it. Legolas, thank you so much for the follow. Ted says, curious, never done much JS. Does it also have a wait like you have in C Sharp, which I find pretty useful? It does. And I'm going to demonstrate that for you a little bit later. So I'm demonstrating throughout this template, I'm trying to show off various ways that you can do the same thing. So promises such as this class kind of classic promise notation. This came first, and then JavaScript got async await a little bit later. Maybe somebody can remind me, but I think it's fairly new. I think it came with one of the fairly recent, like 2015 JavaScript release, maybe. I don't know. I don't know when C Sharp got it, but yeah, it's fairly new. It builds on top of promises, kind of little some syntactic sugar. Um, yeah, async await is bait. Yeah, so don't worry, you'll see that later. Absolutely. ES6. Okay, thank you, Indifferent. I knew you'd know. Yeah. Indifferent knows a little everything. Indifferent knows everything about JavaScript, I feel like. They got it on lock. Thank you so much for the follow, Scones for Tea. All right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to set up another piece of middleware. This is going to allow us to serve static files. We'll talk more about what that means in just a second. Express.static public. Oh, Cipher, thank you so much for the follow. All right, so essentially what this is doing is it is telling our server where our static files are always going to be located. And so when we set up our folder structure, we're going to have a folder called public, and this is very common. So in an application, you're often going to have a lot of user-facing pages, right? You're going to have, you know, maybe you're going to at least have some HTML. Maybe you'll have some React. Maybe you'll have a mixture of multiple, templating engines and all sorts of different types of pages. But whenever you have a static file, such as static HTML, CSS, images, that kind of thing, you're going to generally group those together inside of a public folder. And so we tell our server where all of that information is located. And so our server can just go in and know exactly where everything is, know where all the static files are, and know exactly where to render them from. Legolas says, hey, mine, is this recorded / saved to watch later? Yes, it's being recorded right now. It'll be available on the videos tab on my channel for 60 days. And then before it expires, because Twitch deletes things after 60 days, it'll move to my YouTube channel, !YouTube, if you want to link to that. And my YouTube channel, best part about it, it doesn't have any ads. I do not monetize my YouTube, so you can watch things ad-free there. And next weekend, I'm going to be deploying a bunch more videos to my YouTube channel, at least 3, maybe 4, um, of the projects we've done recently. So they're not published yet; they're still private, but I will be publishing them next weekend. All right, Sufo, thank you so much for the follow. It's Ted, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that from you both. Hope you're having a good day. All right, so now our application knows where to find our static files, our HTML, our CSS, our assets. Okay, next thing we're going to do is kind of two pieces of middleware that somewhat go together. First, we're going to do app.use express.url encoded extended false. Okay, and then the second one we're going to do, and I'll explain what these are in just a second, app.use express.json. All right, so these two kind of go hand in hand. They're not the same thing, but they kind of work together. They both help our server parse incoming requests. And by that, we mean they help the server read these requests and understand what's in them. Because by default, some types of requests, our server just isn't going to know how to process unless we tell it, we give it the ability to do so. And so both of these do that for different types of things. So this first one here basically allows us to parse requests for strings and arrays. So if a request come in, a URL encoded request comes in that's a string or an array, this will allow us to parse it or read it. The second one here allows us to parse JSON requests. So you know how objects have those curly braces around them? That's how JSON is written. It usually is an object that contains various key value pairs, and this will allow our server to read them. So if you've ever built an application that contains a form, like an HTML form, and then you get your form all set up, you get your server set up, and you go to submit the form, it goes up to your server, but you get nothing. You get nothing written in your database. The server isn't reading it. You're console logging. You're like, what's the problem? What's the matter with my form? Well, you probably forgot these guys because your server can't read it, so it just writes an empty object. That's the most common problem that I see in newer folks' applications. I've done it too. I've spent hours trying to figure it out before when I was a little newer, just because I didn't have my middleware set up properly. So these are important, and generally you'll see them in every application build. Twitch deletes things. Yes, it does. So for those who are not affiliates or partners, Twitch deletes things after 30 days. If you are an affiliate or a partner, it does keep them for 60 days, which is nice. But then it just straight up deletes them. They're gone forever. So you got to move them somewhere else, which is why I have a YouTube channel for my archive. I'm not a partner, I'm an affiliate, but at least I still get the 60-day perk. Twitch won't consider me for a partner. Still salty. But I'll try again someday. Drunk Uncle Grandma says, been meaning to make a website with your Supabase tutorial so I can show recruiters that I have a SQL backend in production. Yeah, I think in the next stream we might do a similar template except with a SQL background. So yeah, we've done with Supabase and SQL. So we'll do something similar. We'll do, instead of MongoDB, we'll do it with SQL. I'm planning on that for a future stream. Supabase is king. If you're not planning on doing a giant project, Tersa is a SQLite DB. Oh, thank you for that, Indifferent. Yeah, I've been really liking Supabase for SQL projects. I'm glad that you think so too, Indifferent. Good to hear. Yeah, give it a try. It's Ted. Absolutely. I think, yeah, it's both C# and JavaScript are use C syntax. So it's going to look very familiar. It's going to look very familiar to you. So I think you'll be able to pick it up no problem. I'm actually getting into learning C#. So I'm going in the opposite direction. What's the most efficient way to store regular files in YouTube? I'm not quite sure I understand your question there, but welcome to the stream, Bambucha. Agrabenia says, anything with app.use is middleware? Yeah, so generally when you see this app.use syntax, That's calling on an express method. So it's a method that's built into Express. And generally, when you see app.use, you're referring to middleware. And you can even write your own middleware and then call that middleware using app.use. Yeah. Yes, you can make classes in JavaScript as well. You can do OOP in JavaScript. Yeah. JavaScript can do just about anything. It doesn't have very many rules. That's a good thing and a bad thing. So I'll just make a little note here. JavaScript is very wild, wild west. It doesn't really care what you do, which again, good and bad. All right, the last piece of middleware we're going to set up here is we're going to set up EJS, which we talked about before. EJS is a templating engine, and we're going to say app.set view engine, and we're going to specify EJS. Now, you can have various types of view engines or templating engines, such as handlebars. That's another one we've used in the past, which does something similar to EJS. It's really just about preference, what you've used before, what's familiar, what you need for your project. So by doing this, when we set our view engine, we declare it explicitly as EJS. This tells our server that, hey, yeah, when this goes to the browser, it's going to need to do some additional processing before it can render out to HTML. And this is also going to tell our server exactly where our views are going to be stored. They're going to be in a folder called views. So it's going to look automatically in a folder called views for all of those pages instead of looking for them as static HTML in our public folder. And this will make more sense once we set up our folder structure, and I can show you what that means. All right, let's see. Catching up with chat. Give me 1 second. Legolas says, where can we download the template for this full stack CRUD? Do !project in chat if you want a link to the GitHub repo. Indifferent says, if you ever miss types, there's also TypeScript, which is a superset of JS. Yes, exactly. TypeScript forces JavaScript to have a few more rules and makes it into a typed language, which a lot of people really like, especially for professional projects with companies that need a little bit more structure. So TypeScript is excellent as well. I have an introduction to TypeScript on my YouTube channel. If you want to see what that's about, you can go over to my YouTube channel, search for TypeScript, and we have an intro video to TypeScript where we practice the basics and learn a little bit about it. So for this project, we're going to be putting our views into a folder called views. All right, now we're going to have a lot of logic in here. So I'm going to put a little placeholder down here, and this is logic goes here. This is going to process our routes. It's going to process our, all the requests that are coming into our server. But what's the last thing I need in order for my server to actually work, for it to run at all? What is the last thing that I need? Yeah, Icefire, exactly. We need to make sure that our server is actually listening for requests that are coming from our client. So our client can be, yelling into the void as much as it wants, sending requests, sending forms, that kind of thing. But if our server is not listening on the same port, then it's not going to do anything. Nothing's going to happen. And so something again that you'll find in every single app.js, server.js folder is something like app.listen. And so we already specified our port variable. So I'm going to say, all right, this is the port you're going to be listening on. And then what do we want to happen once that's running? We can specify various things, but generally I just do a console log. So I'll say something like console log server running on port, and then server run out. So I'll do this server running on, and it's going to be HTTP localhost and then the value of port. And once again, I'm using a template literal here, so I have to use the little tick marks. So that little symbol that's below the escape key on an English language keyboard is going to be how you can set up template literals. Okay, So these are the basic kind of things, the things that you're going to find in most full stack applications. If you're using MongoDB as the backend, at the very least, you need to get your server running, listening on a port. You need to set up your middleware, and you need to connect to MongoDB. So we'll save this. Hey, Indifferent, it was great to see you. Thank you for stopping in. Always love to see you. And Indifferent says, I think it's important to mention that use is an unset routing method. Technically, you can send from app.use like the other routing method. Interesting. So you can send requests. Cool. Yeah, once again, JavaScript has no rules. It just doesn't care what you do. It's more just, I don't know, suggestions or common practices that everybody just agrees on. All right, so now that we've done this, we're almost ready to actually test our server and make sure it works, just to make sure it runs, right? And because we've added console logs here and down here, we can check that the two most important parts of our server can function. The last thing that we need to do in order to actually test this and see if it runs, test this and see if it runs, is we need to actually populate our environment variables. So we need to get our username and we need to get our password. Like Liz says, do you stream every day? No, I stream once a week on Sundays. In January, that might become more frequent to twice a week. I haven't figured out that schedule yet, but I do stream once a week on Sundays at 3 p.m. Eastern. If you look at the schedule tab on my Twitch channel, that will give you that in your local time, or at least it should. Do I Steam also? Yes, I do Steam also. You can see I've got the icon down here at the bottom of my screen. Oh, you can't see it because it's behind my little graphics, but yeah, I've got Steam on my machine. If you've ever seen my desktop, it's full of games, which I don't have time to play, but I do when I when I have time. All right, so let's get our username and our password. And you might be like, okay, where do I find those things? So let's head back over to our MongoDB database, which hopefully you still have that open. We'll close this. Well, actually, you can grab your username from the connection string. This is your username. Mine's Wolf right here. And copy that and just pop it in. You don't need to surround it with quotes or anything like that. Just pop it in like that. And then the password is a little trickier. Hopefully you know what it is. Hopefully you have it written down somewhere, saved in a secret file somewhere in your machine. If you don't, I will tell you how to get it. So head down here to database access, and then you can see it should have your username listed, and you'll click edit, and then you'll click edit password. So if you don't know your password, you're going to want to reset it. So when you do that, you'll want to click auto generate, and I'll just go ahead and do it. It's okay. It's fine. I'm going to go ahead and click auto generate secure password. And then, I mean, you can show it if you want. Otherwise, I would just click copy. It's just going to be a string of letters and numbers. So now it's copied to my clipboard. Now, the thing that most people forget when they're resetting their password is they don't click update user. You have to click update user in order for the change to take effect. The thing that a lot of people do is they auto generate the password, they copy it, they go put it in their app, and then their app doesn't work. So click update user. And then once you do, it'll say deploying changes. That takes about a minute. And then once it's done, that will go away. Renate says, get password from the .env file you use last week. Yeah, I do that a lot. But for this particular demonstration, I went ahead and reset it. Yes, you're exactly right, Icefire. I'm glad you were able to figure it out. All right, so I'm not going to show you guys what this is. So give me a second. You can look at my list of games. I'm going to save it. All right. Now we're back. So now that we have everything filled in, Now that we have everything filled in, we should be able to test our server and just see if it runs. It's not going to be able to process any requests yet. We haven't added any logic, but we should at least see, can we connect to the port? Can we connect to the database? Those are the two things. Not sure. Yeah. Not sure you clicked update user. That's the common mistake that people do. Yep. I've done it before. That's why I said Icon says you play too much. Actually, I have a lot of games. That doesn't mean I actually have time to play them. That's the problem. Have I purchased Baldur's Gate 3? No, but I want to. I've never played Baldur's Gate before, but it sounds really interesting. Legolas says, how many monitors do you have? I have two. I would prefer to have three. That's on my wish list, but I have two at the moment. One for displaying what I'm showing you, and then one for where I read all your chat messages, where I'm looking right now. Yeah. And so that's a good point. Before we start our server, let's go ahead and also add our getignore file because that's easy to forget. So now that we've added our sensitive information, we want to make sure that we don't automatically push it to GitHub. So I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call that file .getignore. And you may not push every project to GitHub, but you can still have a getignore file even if you never push it up to GitHub. It's still just a good thing to have. And so in .getignore, I'm going to put my .env file, and then I'm also going to put node modules. And the reason I'm doing that is because node modules is this folder right here, and it contains a crap ton of stuff. It's mostly just information about the stuff we've installed, all the packages we've installed, that kind of thing. And it's huge. It has thousands of things in it. If I open it up, you can see it's massive. And you don't need to push that to GitHub. If somebody wants to download your code and run it themselves, all they need to do is say npm install, and it will install all the packages. It'll create a node modules folder for them. And so there is no good reason to ever push this up to GitHub. Just not needed, and it's massive. So if you've accidentally ever done it, you've seen how big it is. It's a pain. So just don't do it. Put it in your getignore folder. All right, you save that. Orestes says, hello, question. If we have a front end part, we don't need to use AJS or a template engine because we are serving that template component in React, for example. Yeah. Yeah, React essentially, what React essentially allows you to do is make your front end much smarter than it would be if you're using just HTML. So, EJS is a step above HTML as far as smarts on the client side, but React really replaces most of the stuff that we're going to do on the client side today. We're going to have some dynamically rendered bits with EJS, and then we're going to have some client-side scripting to allow us to do things like our rotating picture carousel. So, for example, this movement here that's happening on our homepage is being handled by some client-side JavaScript. However, React can do that sort of thing just in components. It's natively. We don't need to have that separation between HTML and JavaScript. So yes, to answer your question, using something like React replaces the need for something like EJS. Strand says, I made it a point to do either before or right after I put something in that I don't want to push. Yeah, that's a good practice to have when you're making your getignore file. No worries, Orestes. Yeah. All right, so we've set that up. So now let's see. We're going to head back here to server.js. I think we hopefully have everything we need in order to test and see if our server can run. And then once that does, then we'll go ahead and take a break. All right, so I can start my server by typing node server.js. Now, you could also use something like nodemon, which automatically reloads your project as you're working on it. Lately, I haven't been using nodemon. I've been doing it manually, and that's just a personal preference. So there's nothing wrong with nodemon. I just haven't been using it lately. So I'm going to just use node server.js here. All right, we'll hit enter. Okay, so I get two success messages. I get server running on localhost 3500, and we're connected to MongoDB. Aces, we got it. Go us. Iced Fire says, yes, listening and connected. That stopped me halfway through last week's project with the React. Oh no. Well, I'm glad it's working for you this week. Good job. Way to set up your server. Now, yes, this week's project is much more straightforward than last week's, so hopefully that makes it a little easier to follow along. Yeah, get back there and finish that last one. Absolutely. Boss, thank you so much for the follow. First try. Oh, Machina, thank you so much for the follow. I like your username. All right, so with that success in mind, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We like to do that around the top of each hour so to make sure that we stay healthy and hydrated. I know I need some more hydration. My tea has gone cold and my throat has gone dry. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. And then when we come back, we are going to start building out our folder structure and we're going to start building out our front end. So our client facing stuff. By that, I mean all this stuff. Start building out our home page, start building out our item page, start figuring out what kind of routes we're going to need from our client to our server to our database. Okay, we'll start adding in those routes, adding in that logic, adding in some of the scripting that we're going to need for our client side as well. All right. Leo says, what could be a criteria to discern when to process something at the server, i.e. with EJS or at the client with React. So generally React is going to be used in place of EJS. We haven't used EJS yet, and I'll explain more about what that is when we do. EJS is kind of just a way to dynamically render HTML on the client side. It doesn't really do anything on the server side. So we haven't used EJS yet. React is generally a way that we can combine client side logic and client side UI elements, so user interface elements, together in single groups called components. So React is just more powerful when it comes to client side operations. So generally, you wouldn't use, I can't really think of a reason why I would have React in a project and then use EJS on top of that. I would just use React for the whole thing. Drain says, apparently my Node version isn't high enough to not have to install .env. Okay, yeah, I don't even know what version of Node I'm running. I haven't upgraded it forever. Who knows? Yeah. But once we start using EJS, it will become very clear. There's a definite visual indicator that shows you are using EJS, and we'll see that once we get there. Okay? Hey, GRZ, welcome to the stream. We're just about to take a break. Strain says if you're using LTS instead of the current version, you'll have to run npm install.env. Okay, good. I'm glad we did then. I'm glad we did go ahead and do that installation. Yeah, I haven't tested not using it, so 16.15.0. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I'm sure it'll come to the stable version eventually, and then we can just drop it all together. But I think I'm going to keep using it for now, .env for now. But it's nice to know that it will be going away soon. By yes, and Ellen says I like the LTS version of software. By that stands LTS stands for long-term stable, which means there's no experimental features. Everything's been vetted and determined to be safe and stable. Yeah. So all right. Yes, stable. Yeah. Stability. Nice. Okay, let's go ahead and take our break. 5 minutes. I will see you all back here shortly, and we're going to start putting in our client side stuff for our application so we can figure out what routes we need to send up to our server. All right. BRB. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back when you're ready. Get yourself a glass of water, pet your dog, pet your cat, pet your significant other with their permission. Get up and stretch, and then come on back. All right, folks, welcome back. Thank you, Legolas. That is I'm very flattered. Thank you for that. Yeah, and I'm just out here trying to educate and hopefully be a fraction, hopefully harness a fraction of Leon's power to help folks learn how to code and feel a little bit better about their skills along the way. So I appreciate that, Legolas. Thank you. And I have a fresh cup of tea in my mug here, so I am feeling good. I hope you are too. Uh, feel free to take bets on whether I'm actually going to remember to take the tea bag out after a couple minutes, but it's a crapshoot either way. We'll see. But yeah, anyway, let's get back to it. Oh, thank you, Iced Fire. It's good to have you here. Okay. So, like I said before, actually, first I need to sneeze. One moment, please. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. It's gone for now. We'll see if it stays that way. Oh, Goose Rider, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that, Goose Rider. I'm really curious. Is it a goose that writes things, or do you write about geese? Interesting. Curious. Engineer Moore says, for some reason, my node modules did not install properly. It's just npm install, right? Yes, but there's a couple things you want to make sure that you consider. You want to make sure that you are in your root folder for your project. So if you were doing something else in the terminal, just make sure you cd into your root folder for your project that you're working on right now. It needs to be at the same level as your server.js. So that's a common thing that folks are doing something else in the terminal. They forget to cd into the right directory, and then they install their stuff in the wrong place. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, npm init for initializing the package, the package.json file. So that's what you get first, and then npm install for installing the individual packages. I'm sorry, I may have misread the question there. Goose Rider says it's a goose that writes. Okay, welcome to the stream. That is very funny. I completely agree with you, and that's a fascinating username. I love it. You got an engineer more? Awesome. Yeah, common mistake. Thank you for sharing that, Goose Rider. I love it. Beautiful. All right, let's now let's set up our folder structure for the rest of our project. It's mostly going to be for client side stuff. We just need a place to put everything, and we need a place we need to set up the logical structure so our server knows where things are, so it knows what things to send to the browser. All right. So at the root of our project, just like where we're at now, we're going to create a few folders. So first I'm going to create a folder, not a file, but a folder. And that's going to be called public. And then we'll create another folder called views. And then we'll create another folder called, whoops, make sure you're at the root. All these should be at the root. And then we'll make another folder called models. Oh gosh, thank you so much for the follows, folks. DGT Lair and Jago's Gaming. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Good to have you here, folks. All right, so all of these kind of have different functions. So views, like we talked about before, views are where our views are going to go. So by views, we mean the things that the user sees, the pages that the user sees. And since we are using a view engine or a templating engine, such as EJS, they go in the views folder. Similarly to if we were using something like handlebars as well. These kind of dynamic view engines that actually execute JavaScript to render HTML, those need to go in a views folder. Now, for static files, such as plain HTML, CSS, our images, that kind of thing, those are going to go in the public folder. They are static, they don't change. So they go in the static folder. And yeah, English is weird, but the word static, it's not just the static that appears on your television, but static can also mean something that stays the same and doesn't change. English has a lot of words like that, which mean multiple things that are completely different. So fun. But in this case, static means doesn't change. So public goes in there. And where goes the whoops folder? uh, and also, let's see, so public and then models. Models is where our database schemas are going to go. And we'll talk about those later. We're not ready for that yet, but that's where our database schemas are going to go. Leo says, what's the difference between public and assets folder? Well, generally you'll see what you're about to see here in a second is that we're actually going to have subfolders in here. So inside the public folder, we're actually going to have a few subfolders for our various static assets. And that may answer your question. All right. So I'm going to open the public folder. It can be easy to get turned around here and get things at the wrong level, but I'm going to open the public folder, and inside of there, I'm going to create 3 subfolders inside the public folder. So my first one is going to be called CSS. My next one, make sure you put it in public, not inside of CSS. It's easy to do. VS Code likes to do that, for some reason, but just be careful, get them all at the same level. Next one is going to be called JS. And my next one is going to be called IMG for images. So you might see assets or whatever, but I'm calling it images just for clarity. Either way, as long as it's in something that makes sense, it's all going to be wrapped up inside the public folder. Okay, these are 3 subfolders in here. And so I think that is, yeah, that's all the structure that we need. That's all the setup that we need. So now let's go ahead and start building the client side of our application. And I'm going to take my tea bag out of my tea. Give me just a moment. That should be good to go now. Still very hot, but halfway there. Okay, so any questions on the structure before we start coding? Again, feel free to ask questions at any time. I don't mind. You are welcome to ask questions at any point. Okay, so let's go ahead and start building out our views. Every folder is a whoop folder. Hi, Yusuf. Welcome to the stream. What's your question? Feel free to ask. Feel free to ask your question. All right, so in the views folder, I'm going to create one more subfolder. I'm going to call that partials. We'll talk about what that is in just a second. Orestes says, what's the views folder again? Yeah, so the views folder is what we set right here. Because we are using a view engine or a templating engine, something that isn't just HTML, we are essentially what we're going to be doing when we get to writing these views is we're going to be writing something that looks like HTML but isn't. And so it's not static. It changes. It updates itself dynamically. It has to render. It has to render from something else into HTML in the browser. And because we're doing that, it can't go in our static folder. We put it in a views folder instead. Hi, Sangi. Welcome. Legolas says, have you got npm run dev in the scripts? No, maybe I do. I don't remember. Hang on. No. So you could add a script here for npm run dev if you wanted to. I'm just using node server.js to start mine, but you could add a script here for start if you wanted to. Yeah. Okay. So I was catching up here on chat. Hi, Sangi. Yusuf says, please can you explain event loop and single third and multiple thirds of Node.js? I searched a lot, but still don't get it completely. I I probably won't right now because we're working on something else. We're working on something else in our application currently. But if anybody else wants to explain in chat, or if they have an understanding of it and they want to explain, um, go ahead. Feel free. Yeah. No, that's okay, Yusuf. It's fine to ask questions. Absolutely. I just don't want to get too derailed from what we're currently working on. I don't mind questions at all, though. Good to have you here. Okay, so in views, um, we have our partials folder, and then I'm going to create two files also. So inside of views, I'm going to create two files, one called index.ejs and another called item.ejs. All right, and these correspond to the two pages in our application. So the home page here is going to be, oops, I spelled that wrong, sorry, item.ejs. So this is going to correspond to our home page right here, index.ejs. This is going to correspond to the item page for our items, the second page in our application. So if I had 6 pages in my application, I would have 6 views here. Okay. Oh, thank you for posting that explanation, Orestes. I really appreciate that. I love when folks in chat can help out other folks. Thank you, Orestes. Okay, so these are our 2 pages. Now you might be saying, okay, but you also created a folder called partials. What's that for? We didn't put anything in there, right? Our 2 pages here are just in our views folder. So what's partials? Well, does anybody know what a partial is? Anybody know what a partial is? I know I'm often partially wrong. Hey, me too. It's all good. Strain says, yeah, pieces of code that we can get that get used across multiple pages like a header or footer. That's a great example. Yeah, code snippets that we can reuse. Yep, like a component in React or a footer or a header or a navbar. Yeah. Leo says, like in the scene of a crime? Not exactly. Well, I guess maybe sort of. Yeah, if we're talking about crime scene investigations, a partial can refer to something like a partial fingerprint, right? It's a piece, a little bit of something. And so a partial, when we're talking about EJS, refers to essentially, yeah, a code snippet that we can reference in multiple places throughout our application over and over. Now, if you're looking at my application here, what's something, or most applications, what's something that we might want to have and reuse over and over and over and over again? Yeah. What's something that appears? Well, maybe a button. It could be. Yeah, absolutely. In this particular application, yeah, look at this. What is the thing that keeps getting reused on every page? It's the nav bar. We don't want to, we could code it separately on every page, but why? If we don't have to, why would we? Because, for example, let's say I wanted to add something else. I wanted to add another page or button to my navbar. It sucks if you have to do it the same exact way on every single page. That's no fun at all. So why not just code it once, have one single place where we update it, and know that it's going to be correct on every single page? Yeah. And so React takes this. So we're not using React today, but React takes this kind of thing basically to its logical conclusion, in which everything becomes essentially a partial. It becomes what we call a component. And you can reuse those components anywhere else as many times as you want. Now, again, we're not using React today, but this is a little taste of what React and other things like that can do for you. So we'll build a partial for our navbar, and then we'll reference it on both our home page and our item page. Okay? Yeah. Dry coding, exactly. Don't repeat yourself unless you have to. Yeah, Legolas, if your authentication failed, that probably means your password is wrong or your username is wrong. So you want to check both of those. And you can reset your password using the method that I showed you guys earlier. If you need to reset it, that's fine. I do it all the time. Just reset it and try again. Yep. Yeah. If you change your password, if your password's typed wrong or what have you, then you will get that error. So something's wrong with your authentication. All right, so let's set up our navbar, our partial that we're going to reference over and over again. So we don't need like the usual HTML headers or anything here, because this little piece of code is just going to be pulled in to a larger page. So you don't need any of that header stuff, the usual, uh, rigmarole that comes at the top of an HTML page. We don't need any of that. So I'm going to add a few classes here. It's just going to help with styling a little bit later. You don't have to worry about it too much. But my UL here is going to be, I have a nav class with a navbar class, and then I have a nav list because we're going to have a list of things on our navbar. And inside of that, I'm going to have an LI. And my LI is going to have a class of nav item. And my items themselves, actually, I'm going to copy and paste this because we have two of them. And my items themselves, what tag do we think these should have? So let's think about functionality. When I click on one of these items, it should take me to a different page. And just thinking about it logically, how that's happening is a request is getting passed up to my server, and then the server is rendering a new page. So what type of tag should these items have in order to make them work, in order to make them send a request up to our server? What tag should they be? Mm-hmm. Yes, they're going to be anchor tags. They're going to be, I always call them, in my head, I always call them ahref. I know they're anchor tags, but I always call them ahref tags in my head because they need to be hyperlinks to send a request up to the server. Okay, so these ahrefs are going to go to different paths. I'm writing a less symbol and an A bigger than. Agrabine says, why the code inside item.js? Oh, am I in the wrong? I'm sorry. I am working in the wrong file. I apologize. Good catch. I was telling y'all how to make stuff, and then I just went ahead and started doing it in the wrong folder, in the wrong file. So my apologies. We should be working here inside of our partials folder, and we should be in header.ejs. So my bad. Thank you for catching that. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. So in partials, you should have an EJS file called header.ejs, because that's what we're making. You could also call it navbar or whatever, but I call it header. You can call it whatever you want. Yeah. Okay, so that's better. We're working inside of our partials folder, and we're in header.ejs. Thank you for catching that. You're being converted to text. All right, so these links are both going to tell our server where the user wants to go. So for the home page, what route should I be sending? What route should I be sending up to the server? If I want to navigate to the home page, what route will I generally always use for that? Testing learners via mistakes. Yeah, just seeing if you were paying attention. Nah, I screwed up. It happens all the time. It happens to everybody. Everybody screws up, and it's always nice when you got folks there that are watching out and can catch your mistakes. Yeah, so if I'm navigating the homepage, generally homepage is always going to be indicated by just slash. That's whenever you visit any homepage, you're actually visiting a route called slash. Engagement. Engagement. Yeah, need an air horn. All right, and then for my item page, I'm just going to send up a route called item. We'll define that route on the server side later, but that's where we're going to be headed. All right, so nav item, we got our anchor tags, got that link, and our anchor tags are going to have a class of nav link. Once again, this is mostly just for styling. And then the text inside of that anchor tag is just going to be home. And then the same for the other one, class of nav link. And then text of that anchor tag is just going to say item. So we can save that. And we're done. That's all we need to do for our navbar. Most of it is going to be handled by the CSS on the styling side. All right. Yeah. Leo is asking if that is equivalent to the slash. So it's important to think about what we're doing here. So what we're actually doing here is we're sending a route to our server, and a route is essentially like a URL. So it's going to be like a string with stuff in it. And so in this case, we're sending the slash because essentially the how that URL is going to look is like this: HTTP // localhost whatever 3500 and then slash. So that's how that route is going to look when we send it up. Okay. And the same with if we went the item route, it's going to look like that. And you'll see that in the URL bar when you actually send that request. And so it depends on if you're talking about URLs or if you're talking about folder navigation, because as Icefire mentioned, slash is root. And so that's what we're doing here. We're hitting the root, in which case the root is our default page, which is our home page. But like // as they mentioned, // actually means current folder. So yeah, slightly different. Hope that makes sense a little bit. Okay. All right. So that's our partial, that's our header. So now let's head over and code our homepage. Lego says, whoops, sorry, how would you do it in scripts? Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. I apologize. Oh, okay. You're trying to set up your run script. Yeah, I mean you can set up custom scripts. Yeah, but I think if you want to, it's not going to know what dev is, like what that even means. Because essentially, if you wanted to set up a script, you would do it something like start, and you could say so start would be the name of the script, and then you could say something like node server JS. So and that would start your server. If that's what you're trying to do, trying to set up a script to start your server. And then if you wanted to use something like nodemon, that's where you could get a little bit more fancy with it, and you could have like a dev start script and the production start script to bypass nodemon. So you could have dev, which would be you know started in nodemon, and then you could have start, which would start it in production mode. Okay, let's go ahead and code our index.ejs. So a quick way you can set up an HTML page pretty quickly. And again, we're using EJS here. So if you'll notice my file extension here is EJS, not HTML, because we're not using HTML. It looks like HTML, but it isn't. So it's a common thing most people forget. Thank you for the follow, fire, exit. I appreciate that. But you can still use HTML tags. So I can type the word HTML. I can select HTML5, and that gives me all that, stuff. It gives me all the stuff that goes in my header. Yeah, and Strain says, you can set up those custom scripts like that. But yeah, we would generally, in order for you to have like an actual dev script, generally we would need to be using NodeMon or something else like that on top of what we did previously. But we didn't set that up this time. So, but yeah, you can still set up a start script for to just say node server.js if you wanted. All right, so most of this is going to be boilerplate, standard stuff. You always want to have these headers to tell the browser how to display what you're giving it. What else might I need to add in the header of my HTML? Yeah, if you want to get even faster at generating your HTML header, you can do !tab. Absolutely. Always forget about that one. You want to do it in even fewer key presses. You're a Code Wars master. What else? What else is what else do might I want to add into my header? Or sorry, my head. I apologize. Not the header, the head. So this part of the document, the metadata of the document. We got various suggestions here. Yeah. So this is it's important to make a distinction, and I sometimes misspeak. So the head of the document actually isn't displayed. So the head of your document contains what we call metadata. It's stuff that doesn't actually show up, but it tells the browser how to render your stuff. So this isn't visible. So if we put the EJS header in there, people wouldn't see it. It wouldn't show up. But another thing that we often put in the head of the document is our style sheet, our CSS, our whatever. Well, it doesn't have to be CSS necessarily. Whatever we're using for styling. So we need to link to that. So we'll put a link for our style sheet. We haven't built it yet. We could now, if you wanted, you could go ahead and go over here to CSS, and you could create a file called styles.css. We'll leave it blank for now, but we'll need to fill that in with a link to our style sheet. Now, somebody else mentioned, yeah, if you have a favicon, you can put it there too. Favicons are that little icon that shows up next to the tab in your browser, little picture. That's a favicon. Pleasure Goose suggested link to JS. You could do that. That's a thing that you could do. You could put a script tag in here and link to your JavaScript. Should you put JavaScript in the head of your HTML? Why or why not? Can you? Yeah, absolutely. Should you? USMC Chick says Sass, Bootstrap. Yeah, yeah. You'll often see like links to Bootstrap in the head, that kind of thing. Yeah, I use Bootstrap quite a bit. So absolutely Tailwind, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. So generally, um, generally, we don't link to our JavaScript in the head. And that's because the most important part of our application is the content, not the behavior, not the animation. It doesn't matter if this photo carousel over here is actually moving. What matters is if you can read the text, like realistically. Yeah, animation is nice, but what matters is can you read the text? And so, in general, we want the HTML to load first before we try to load behavior. And so what you'll often see is the script tags, the JS tags at the bottom, which is what we're going to do. Now, you could put your script tags in the head. You could put them up here just below your style sheet. And then you could use the defer property, and defer means wait. So you could set defer, and then it would wait until the HTML loads and then do it. I just generally put the script tags at the bottom, but personal choice. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no, I thought that was important to review just because, yeah, if you put it in the head and you've got a lot of JavaScript or somebody's on a slow internet connection, they might have to wait, 6 years for the page to load, and then they never get the content they wanted. Is there a difference in performance, defer versus bottom? I don't know. If anybody out there can answer that, feel free to chip in. Oh, and Silva says, don't forget to include the viewport meta tag so the app is responsive. And Silva, if you have that tag, could you just drop it in chat? Because that's the kind of thing I don't remember off the top of my head. So if you could just drop it in chat, I'll drop it in, or whatever the appropriate meta tag is that I should add. I apologize if I missed that. All right, so now we can move to the body. And this is the part of our HTML that's actually going to be displayed. So what the user is actually going to see. So now this is where oh yeah, and I guess I was thinking that maybe I missed a tag. I mean, we have the viewport tag here. Did I miss one? Again, I apologize if I did. But I think I think we got it. But you know, hey, if I missed one, I missed one. All right, so this is where we're actually going to drop in that partial header that we created previously. So how do we do that? Oh yeah, okay. So N Silva, I do have that. It's right here on line 5. Yeah, I was just thinking maybe there's another one I missed or something like that, but it's right here in Silva on line 5. Yeah, and this does make our app responsive. You're exactly right about that. That's why we have it. Yep. And USMC chick says some JavaScript could be no. That's okay, N Silva. Don't worry about it. Thank you for mentioning that. Chick mentioned some JS could be dependent on the HTML. So you want that to load first. That's another great thing, right? It's not just about timing, it's about dependencies also. Yep. So let's pull in that partial header that we created before. How do we do that? Well, now we actually get to start using EJS for realsies. And like I mentioned before, you're going to know when we start to use it because it looks different than HTML. What does this look like? What does this look like, what I'm doing here? Oops. Doesn't look like HTML. What does it look like? It looks alien. Bees. Yeah, this looks like JavaScript, right? It looks like JavaScript. Yeah, and the reason it looks like JavaScript is it's embedded JavaScript. We are embedding JavaScript inside of HTML, although really none of this is HTML. This is EJS. It is all JavaScript, but it renders as HTML. Okay, that's important to remember. We're not using HTML here. We are using HTML tags, but this is actually all JavaScript, and we're just mixing it all together. We're mixing our syntax together, and then when it gets to the browser, it renders as HTML. Okay, so include partials header, perfect. That'll just pop in that header that we said before. Yeah, so you can install extensions for EJS to make it look better. And I actually did that. I have 2 profiles. I have a personal profile in VS Code that I use for like my stuff when I'm not streaming. And then I have a separate profile that I use for streaming. And it looks like I didn't install the extension on my streaming profile. So we can do that real quick. Might work. Let me see. I think I did this one. There. Now that looks better. You can see it's not. It's just a way VS Code handles EJS. So if you want to install the same thing, you can. I just installed EJS language support from the extensions menu. That makes it look a little better, so it's not so gnarly looking, and it gives you the appropriate highlighting and that kind of thing. So EJS language support. If you want your EJS not to look like garbage, install that. All right, so there's our header. And then also in the header, I'm going to put an H1. And this is just where we're going to, drop in some just formatting stuff. Welcome to Kittenland. And then I'm copying this from the repo because it's not worth typing out. But also, just as a little aside, you can use emojis directly in VS Code. If you didn't know that, you can You can drop emojis directly into VS Code and they will display properly. So that's fun if that's your thing. All right. I need that extension. Yeah, you can install it. It's right there in the it's right in the extension list. I'll even drop it in chat for you. Oh, I guess I can't highlight that. That's fun. Here we go. EJS language support. Yeah, so that's the extension, EJS language support. Pop that in and your EJS will look slightly less scary when you use it. Some new languages use emojis as the file extension. Yeah, there's languages that are written entirely in emojis, which is just wild. Yeah. Can you copy paste an emoji? Yep, you can. Do that. Boop. Yeah, it works. So go wild, go nuts. I'm probably creating a monster here, but go do it. All right. So that's all for our header. And then below that, we're actually going to set up our photo carousel. So the photo carousel is this thing here, the thing that's been cycling through these adorable kittens. And I'm going to drop these in. You can get them from the repo, from the GitHub repo. These images were generated by Dolly, so they are not copyrighted to anyone. There's lots of places out there where you can get free images, open source images. One of my favorites is Unsplash. If you ever need images for a client site and you don't want to pay for them, you don't have to. Unsplash images are free to use. So that's one of my favorite places. I put the name there in chat. They're great for beautiful photographs. But I use Dolly to generate these from my own prompts. Yeah, putting emojis. Oh, you want the emoji? I see. Okay, I'll drop it in chat. We'll see if it works in chat. Let's see. Yeah, it worked. Oh, that's dope. Yeah, so there you go. Have the cute little paw prints. It's all yours. All right. So what I'm doing here is I've created a div with an ID of carousel. So note the difference. This isn't a class, it's an ID. Now, what does ID do? How is ID different from class? Riddle me this, Batman. How is ID different from class when we're talking about HTML elements? Why would I use ID versus class? USMC says the orange kitten looks just like a kitten I'm fostering right now. That's adorable. Gosh, so cute. Yes, IDs can only be one per page. And when you're dealing with something like this photo carousel, which is going to be reliant on some JavaScript that we're going to build later, it's very important that we only have one thing on the page called carousel. So our script knows what to refer to. Yeah, so it's very important that we have only one thing called carousel. But multiple things can have the same class for styling purposes. Yeah, exactly right. Specificity. Yep, that's the word. Specificity. Yeah. All right, so that's all we're going to do for the photo carousel for now. Now the rest, and that's really we're basically done with this page. The rest of the stuff on the page down below, this was all generated by ChatGPT. This is really just basic tags. There's nothing dynamic about any of this. So go to the repo, copy and paste it, drop it in. So everything starting from the span, or from the section ID of why kittens, just go grab it all the way down through the footer. I'm grabbing it now. You do not need to type that out. It's just filler text that was generated by ChatGPT. Okay. So I'm going to start at the bottom of my div here, paste it in, and all the way through the footer. Now, below the footer, the last thing that I need to add, we talked about it before, is my script tag, right? I need to add my script tag. and I'm going to be linking to my JavaScript, which we haven't created yet, but I'm going to put the tag in now, just like we did with our style sheet. So I have my script tag there, and then once we create our JavaScript file, we'll link to that. Okay? And then that does it. We're done with our homepage. So index.ejs is done. Any questions on this before we go on to our next page? When you're fighting with CSS not working right, having more than one ID is the first thing to look for being wrong. Absolutely. Yeah. It's easy to get those mixed up, IDs versus classes. Yeah, especially when you're working with CSS. All right. ChatGPT lorem ipsum, pretty much. I said to ChatGPT, give me filler text for the homepage of a website about kittens, and it generated all of that for me. So I'm like, I love you, ChatGPT. You're my bro. So Legolas, I'm guessing that you went to the repo and you copied and pasted everything in server.js. Am I right? Did you go to the repo and paste everything from server.js? Nothing wrong if you did. I'm just asking to figure out where you're at. You download the zip. Okay, yeah. We haven't finished server.js, which is why it's not working yet. We're not done. We haven't set up everything that we need in order for it to actually write items. Right now, our server.js only has these things in it. We're only connecting, we're only enabling middleware, and we're only setting up app.listen. So if you look at server.js, there's actually a lot more in there, but we haven't set up everything that we need in order to actually make that work. So yeah, there's some extra in there that we gotta configure. Filler text, Laura Mayan and some. Oh no, engineer, Node still isn't working for you. That sucks. Because yeah, you had some trouble a couple weeks ago with Node. Still doesn't like you, huh? Weird. Yeah. So we did item.ejs. Sorry, we did index.ejs. So now next thing we're going to do is move on to item.ejs. Okay. So once again, we can do HTML, pop that in there like that. We'll want to change the title of this to item, just to differentiate the page name. And we're also going to want to add a style sheet link. So you can grab that from your index.ejs and pop it in here. Boop. And then once again, we're also going to want to include our header. So inside the body, remember that if you want it to display, it has to be inside the body. We're going to include our header, and I'm going to get rid of the subheader. And my H1 here is just going to say item page. And I know it's about time for a break, but we'll make a little progress here on this page before we break. Engineer says it's doing the init, but it's not installing the modules, saying that it's updating. Yeah, that's very strange, engineer. Don't know what's going on there. Leo says, can I see for a second the .env file, please? I'm not going to show you mine because it's got my secrets in it, but I will show you. Actually, Leo, if you look, so no, Legolas, you don't need MongoDB. You just need Mongoose. So check your package.json file and see if you have all these things: cores.env, EJS, Express, and Mongoose. You don't need MongoDB. Mongoose works in place of MongoDB. So you need these 5 things. And you can look at the repo, and as long as what you have installed matches these 5 things, then you should be good. Yeah. So I'm not going to show you the full env file because that's got my secret password in it, but you can see what's in the env file by going to your server.js, and anything that says process.env in front of it is in the env file. So these 1, 2, 3, 4 variables are all in the env file. Okay. So port, MongoDB username, password, and database name. Okay, good. Yep, got it. Cool. Okay. And Silva said, can you include partials in plain HTML or only with EJS? Well, this is basically plain HTML, right? There's nothing EJS-y about this. I'm using nothing but HTML tags. And so essentially, yeah, I've saved it as EJS, so I can include that. Now, if I were to save this as HTML, would that work? Would it? Does anybody know? That's a good question. Usually when I'm using EJS, I just stick with straight EJS for everything, whether or not it actually like has any EJS functionality. But if anybody knows whether I could just save this as HTML and it would work, feel free to chime in. We could try that later on once we get it running. It might be a good idea to have a .env example that's okay to push to the repo. Yeah, we could do that. The one thing about doing that is that I don't want folks to then copy that and then push their own .env files to the repo. So that's that's the trade-off of including it versus not including it. The one thing the trade-off that I have done more recently is I used to just like put the whole connection string in my .env file, but what I've started doing is parsing it out here a little bit more to be explicit about, okay, here's the connection string, here's where everything goes. But yeah, it's hard to switch between transparency and educationalness. It's hard to know where to draw that line. Best website for free emojis. Yeah, there's a lot of them out there. Microsoft has emojis built into Windows, so there's an emoji library built into Windows. You could use that. There's a lot of them out there. No, people aren't messing with my MongoDB, but it's got to be safe. All right, let's keep going on item.ejs. So we've got our header. We're including our navbar, and below the header, this is where we're going to start putting in our forms here that we have here. Our item boxes, our update boxes, our buttons, our lists that we're gonna, as you add things to this, it adds more, it adds more items to the list, right? It dynamically generates more elements, more buttons, more list items. If I had 50 items in my database, then I would have a list of 50 items here, each with their own set of buttons. Yes, thank you for looking that up, Strain. You can use iframe in HTML to include partials, but it won't be dynamic. Yeah, which is why, I think it's easier to just do it this way, to have it saved as EJS and just do straight tags. Because this isn't dynamic either, right? But it's easier to write than trying to use iframes. So. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to you got it. Yeah, you fixed the URI. Awesome. Good job. Yeah, generally, yeah, mine is fine. Thank you. Yeah. Or you can call me Claire, either one. Or mine will, for whatever. I'll usually respond. Good job, Legolas, by the way. Good troubleshooting. I always love it when folks are, good troubleshooters. It's a great skill to have, and it's a skill that not many people have. You'd be surprised. A lot of people can't troubleshoot to save their lives. So you all are way, way out there as far as skill when it comes to troubleshooting. Hey, Andre, it's good to see you. We're doing well, thank you. All right, first thing. Oops, this, gotta do it right. Put a comment here. First thing we're gonna do is we are going to build this. So this set of input boxes and the button. Now, what tag should I use for this set of items right here? Because they all go together, right? The item name and the item description, and then the button that sends this data up to the database and saves it. What tag should I use to enclose these items? Yes, good eye. It does look like a form because it is one. Exactly. My favorite HTML tag, the form. There is no no close competitor. My favorite HTML tag of all time is the form. And we'll talk about why that is in just a little bit. USMC says, quick question, is this part of the template or are you now building out the template? This is still, I would consider this part of the template, mostly because every single app you build is going to have forms in it. And you need to know how to use them. It's even better if you can copy and paste them. So this is part of the template because everything you build is usually going to have at least one form in it. And the functionality that we're adding to this form is going to make this template into full CRUD, full create, read, update, delete, which is, again, what most apps are going to need to do. Yeah. It's my favorite, I'm telling you. And we'll talk about why that is in just a minute. Hey, not even as a person deep into databases, man, just like in general. Okay, now what goes inside forms? What tag goes inside forms? Forms for the win. Absolutely. They're amazing. They're the best. Yes. Inputs go in forms. So we are going to have two inputs in our first one here. And we're going to fill these in a little bit more, but that's good for now. And then lastly, yeah, we're gonna need to fill out these inputs a little bit more to make them work. But right now I'm just getting the tags in place. What's the last thing I need? I need a button, right? In order to make my form work, I need a button. Exactly. And that button is going to be a special type of button. As Strain mentioned, it's going to be a submit button, and it has to be a submit button. And we'll talk about why that is. Absolutely. All right. And then I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste what I have here. So we're going to have two forms, one for the creation, this first step here, one for the updates right here. So two forms, create and update. Now we're going to go ahead and take a break, but when we come back, we're going to fill these in and we're going to explain what each part does, why I'm putting certain IDs and tags and things on them, and what that's going to do when it sends data to our server. And then after that, below these forms, we're going to have our item list, which is going to loop through and list out these items. But we'll add that after we're done with the forms. And then we'll be done with our client side, and we can go back to the server, start setting up routes to handle the requests that are going to be coming from the client, and get some real full stack functionality going on here. Okay. USMC says, I always thought of a template as a blank page or slate to start a project from. The content was throwing me off. Yeah, so I still consider this a slate because it just contains basic functionality to get the wires in place, right? There's certain wires that you need, certain routes that you need in order to even be able to do CRUD operations. And so if I left these pages completely blank, yeah, somebody would be able to maybe spin up a server and display the homepage, but if they didn't know how to do CRUD, to actually make their app do something, then they're just stuck. Then they have a blank page, right? Like if they don't know how to do this stuff or if they don't remember how to do it. So my goal here was just to make it full CRUD, not really make it do anything, but have all the wires in place, all the cables in the ground, all the plumbing in the ground, so you could, put a sink on top of it and get water, that kind of thing. Okay, let's take a break. 5 minutes. When we come back, we are going to build out our forms, get them ready to submit data to the server, and then build our item list so that it can read data from the server and generate a list of items that's as long as we need it to be. CRUD fan. CRUD apps are amazing. They are, yeah. Exactly. I'm glad that helped you, SMC. That's how I think of it, right? It's you're getting it's like when they put in a subdivision, right? They put down all the pipes, they put down the sidewalks, they put down the roads. The only thing they don't do is build the houses. And so what I'm giving you all is the plumbing, the power lines, the roads, the sidewalks, and then you can build a house on top of it that looks like whatever you want. But putting in the roads and the sidewalks and the plumbing and the power lines is the hard part, the part that I don't know how to do, that nobody knows how to do other than special people. And so by getting those things in place, you can then go and build your house on top. Yeah. So that's the goal. All right. 5 minutes. BRB. See y'all back here shortly. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back when you're ready. And I will see you all back here shortly. Get a drink of water, get some food, pet your dog, pet your cat, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. If you've been sitting down this entire time, if you have not gotten up during any of the prior breaks, please do get up and stretch if you are physically able to do so. And I will see you all back here in about 30 seconds. All right, everybody, welcome back. Good to see you all. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow, Danny, Danny Low Alderson. Thank you. Good to have you here. Appreciate it. All righty, let's get back into it, shall we? Let's go indeed. All right. So before the break, we set up the basics of our form. It's got two input boxes, both for text, and then a button at the bottom. So let's fill in these forms so they can actually pass data correctly to our server. Pull this over a little bit. Pull this over a little bit. Here we go. Okay. Maybe not that far. It's covering up the chat on my other window. Okay, that's better. Gotta be able to see what y'all are saying, you know. Okay, we linked our style sheet, just double checking that. Partials header. Okay, now form. So by default, whenever you initialize a form tag, it comes built in with an action attribute. And this is very important because this tells the form what to do, essentially what to do with itself once you submit it. So once you submit that form, it's going to do something. It could be a variety of things, but in our case, we're going to fill that form in with a specific route. And we'll get there in just a second. So first thing I'm going to give this form is an ID. So a unique identifier so that everything else in the app knows where this data is coming from exactly. Since we're going to have two very similar forms, one for creating stuff and one for updating stuff, we want to make sure we're giving that form a unique identifier. Baba, thank you so much for the follow. Now, the action that we're going to send here is /item. Now, if you are an eagle-eyed viewer, you may recall that we have already used this item path somewhere else. We have used it in our header, right? So, two identical paths doing very different things. One of them, the one in the header, is going to render a new page, right? When I click item, it's going to send the item route to our server and it's going to render a whole new page. Now, when I send this path in my form, what I want that to do is I want that to submit data to our database, right? Create an item, send the data to the database. So if I have two essentially identical routes, how could I make them do different things? This is a little bit of a tougher question. If I have two identical routes, how can I make them do different things? How can I make the server know that they are supposed to do different things? Maybe that's a better question. How do I make the server know that they're supposed to do different things? Yeah, as Renee said, we're going to use different methods. So for this one, I'm going to set a method, a method of post. Now, when we get to the server side and we actually start building these routes, you'll see that we can direct traffic, even if it's the same path, we can direct traffic to different functions based on their method. And we'll show how to do that once we get to the server side. But in my header, you'll notice that I didn't declare a method. I didn't declare one. So what method does this have in my header? When it goes to render the item page, what method is that going to be? Yeah, it's get. Exactly. When you're clicking on a hyperlink, you want to get a page, so that's going to have a get method by default. Exactly. Yep. So two different methods. So even though the route is the same, on the server, it's going to be able to tell the difference between what we're asking for. So that's very important. Otherwise, you're going to run into trouble on your server. If you've got two of the same method going to the same route, your server is not going to know what to do. It's probably just going to do the first one, or try to anyway. Okay, so that helps our server differentiate. Now let's fill out our input boxes. So we've already got type text. That's correct. My name here is just going to be name because we're keeping these very generic. And then I'm going to have a placeholder value of item name. And placeholder is a kind of a cool thing that not all forms do. Many of them do, but I think it's one of the best features that you can add to a form. It essentially puts this kind of ghost text in the box, right? As soon as I start typing, the text goes away, but it tells the user what you're supposed to put in the box. So you could add a label to these boxes, right? You could add labels to these, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I like having this information directly in the box because it makes it very clear what you want in that input. So that's a really nice thing to add. It adds a lot to the usability of the form, in my opinion. And yeah, better forms have placeholders. Exactly. I agree with that. Okay, now in the world of this particular template, I want I want the user to not be able to submit this form unless they fill in both boxes. Okay? I want this form to not do anything unless they fill in both boxes. So, what can I do? What can I add to my form in order to make that happen? Yeah, exactly. We can add an attribute here. And it's so simple. And I'm always amazed when forms don't do this because it's so simple. You just add the word required. Just do that. That's it. Add the word required to the box, to the input box. And it's not gonna let you do nothing without. So if I click create here, it's gonna say, please fill out that field. Please fill out the field. So if I fill this in and I leave this blank, I click create, please fill out the field. And so many forms do the validation like they let you fill out the whole thing, right? And then you click submit, and then it's like, oh, sorry, you forgot a field, you know, 3/4 of the way up the page that you just scrolled all the way down and filled all the way in. Like they don't tell you that until you actually submit the thing. Whereas it's so much better, in my opinion, if you put that required attribute on the box itself. So it's not even going to let the user like do anything. It's not going to submit any data or try to submit any data. It's just going to tell you like, yeah, you got to fill this in. Don't, it's not going to do anything. Yeah. And then they reset the whole form. That's kind of what I was referring to is yeah, exactly. So many forms don't do this. They make you hit submit, it resets the whole form and it tells you, oopsie, sorry, you missed a field. Try again. And that's just like the worst user design that I can like that's like the worst user design I can imagine. Everybody hates entering things more than once. So do that. Something's required, make it required. Don't put all your validation on the server side. So we're also going to have validation on the server side. We're going to have validation in our database schema. So we're going to have it multiple places, but put it here first. Okay, rant over. But think about your users. Pay attention to how they're going to be using this stuff. So I can kind of copy this and just pop it in here too. So my next one is going to be called description and item description. And then also required. Yeah, and USMC says autofill needs the placeholders to fill the info to work. Yeah, so yeah, there's some things that require placeholders in place. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Or labels. Yep. Labels and yes, labels are also important for accessibility. Yep. Good point. Every LinkedIn application for resumes. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, career sites are the worst. Wondering if label or placeholder is better for accessibility and yellow. Yes, I believe it's labels that are better for accessibility. Placeholders, I think, are better for like people who are using web pages in the traditional way. You know, people who are just looking at a web page and figuring out what to do. But people with screen readers and that kind of thing, yeah, I believe that they refer to the labels. Yeah. So last thing is button. Now, for this form to work properly, this button needs to have a type. And that type, you know, you can see we have several options here. Type could just be button, could be menu, could be reset. We're going to use submit. And that's what you'll generally see linked with forms is a submit button. And that's on purpose. That's not just for styling. That's just not just for convention. That actually changes the behavior of the form itself. And we'll talk about that in just a second. So my button is going to have the text of create item. What the submit button does is it actually triggers on when it's clicked, when the form is filled in and all proper and everything. When you click submit, that actually triggers a request to be sent to the route that we have specified. So that triggers this form data to be bundled up together into an object and then fired off at whatever route we specify here. So it's going to be fired off to our local host and to our server, and the server better be ready to handle it. And so that's what this type of submit button does. It actually triggers default behavior that's embedded in the tags themselves. Oh, thank you for the follow, green chicken. I like that. I like that username. Yeah. Some mobile doesn't support placeholders. Okay, that's good to know. I didn't know that. Appreciated. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, and yeah, feel free to add labels to this. I might do that. I'm not going to do it live because I won't do it right. Because you got to, add the label tag, then link the label tag with a name. And that's not something I'm going to be able to do perfectly on the fly. So, but I will add labels to the repo, to the GitHub repo. So check back later. I'll add labels to those info boxes. Okay. Creates, let's see, we did that. So this form is essentially done. And I'm actually going to go ahead and just like copy this and pop it down here because our next one is going to be very similar. We're going to change the name, the ID of the form to update form. We're going to change the action to go to a different route. So our route here is going to be item/update. Method is still going to be post. Now, if you're familiar with methods, there's various different types of methods you can use. We've got post, put, get, delete, patch, all sorts of methods. And you might be like, well, I'm doing an update here, so why wouldn't I use put, which is update in method speak? Why am I not using put here? How much do you know about forms? Why am I not using put? There's a reason. It's okay to say I don't know if you don't know. Yes, Renitz, yes. So forms by default only support two methods, get and post. And since we are actually sending data, we want to make sure we're packaging data up, sending it up to the server. The method we're going to want to use is post. Now, is there anything wrong with this? No. In the end, whatever method you use, it doesn't really matter. Well, kind of, but you can use post just fine for doing a put action, for doing an update action. It's not going to hurt anything. You can do that. Now, as Strain mentioned, there are packages that you can install that allow you to do things like put and other methods. I haven't found that to be necessary. It just, you don't have to. That's more for, you know, readability, understanding what the routes are. But yeah, this is perfectly fine. It will work just fine. So just a thing to note that yes, technically the correct method is put, but we're using post because forms don't support put. Okay, so next our input boxes here. Once again, we're going to have text name and then text description. Now our placeholder here is going to be a new item name. It's also going to be required. And the other thing I'm going to add here is an ID value. So ahead of the just ahead of the placeholder here, we're going to give this input box a specific ID, and that's going to be update name. And I'll tell you why we're doing this in just a little bit. It'll make more sense once we put together our script that's controlling this on the other side. And the ID for this one is also going to be update description. These need, well, I'll give you a little taste here. These need unique IDs because by the way this app functions is that when you click the edit button, it puts the item name and the item description in these boxes. And so when we write a script to do that, our script needs to know where it's supposed to put the information. It needs to have a specific ID of the place where that information needs to go. So real quick, I'll just show you that. If you didn't see my demo of the app when we first started, this might be a little confusing. So give me just 1 second. I need to, since I changed my password for my MongoDB database, I need to update that. So give me just a sec so I can make sure it works. Right, I grab my password and back here. Okay. And I'm going to pop it into my env file. Password, save, kill the server, restart it. Hooray. Okay, we're back up and running. So if I wanted to edit, well, first of all, just add something new. There we go. We've added a new item. Now let's say I want to edit this one. So I click edit. Click edit. And when I do, it puts the information in the box, right? And so the reason we're adding an ID to these input boxes is to basically tell our script exactly where that information should go. And then when I click update, it updates the description. Okay. All right. What do you use when you need to use put? Just the simple input. So yeah, I mean, you could still do different kinds of requests that aren't in a form. Yeah, other requests that aren't in a form, you can use put, patch, all those other methods. Yeah, there's lots of other places where you can use those, just forms don't. And USMC says, why can't it just go back to the top box? If you wanted to, you could. There's no harm in doing that. I just basically what I wanted to demonstrate was different types of attributes you can add to a form. So for example, these don't have IDs and it still works, right? But these do have IDs because they need them for our script. So just demonstrating different combinations of things, different ways you could set forms up and still have them work. So it was more of a demonstration thing than anything else. And also I wanted to have explicit, like these buttons that have explicit actions associated with them. So more for a clarity thing, but yeah, you could definitely have it right back to the same boxes. There's no harm in that. Okay. Now let's set up this part of the page. This part of the page is a list. You can probably tell that because of the bullet points. A lot of the times when you're seeing data on a web page, it's probably in a list, but most of the time they take out the bullet points, they hide those, they add all sorts of fancy formatting, but it's a list under the hood. You know, it's always a list in the end. And then we also have these edit and delete buttons here. So we'll go ahead and set that up. Put that out here under this item tag. Okay, so this is going to be a UL for a list. We're going to give it an ID because again, we're going to have something that's going to be targeting this list specifically. So we want to know what to call it. ID of item list. And then inside of that, we're obviously going to have a series of LIs, right? And if I was doing this in basic HTML, I would have to hard code every single one of these LIs. And as I mentioned before, maybe I have a list of 50 items. I would have to hard code 50 LIs, and that sucks. Why would I do that? Actually, I have done something like that before. When I first started, before I knew about EJS or React, I did build an app like that where I hard coded a bunch of elements and just copied and pasted them over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And yeah, not fun times. Don't do that. So instead, we're going to use EJS to dynamically generate these list items. Appreciate the HTML comment tags. Yeah. I wish it was easier to do comments in HTML. That comment tag, it gets me every time. So how do we do that? Once again, we're going to go into to EJS, and we're going to bring in a little JavaScript. So in JavaScript, if I have let's say an array of items, how would I um, iterate through those items? What are some ways I could do that? Oh, thank you so much for the sub, MK Beast. I appreciate it. Wow, thank you so much. I'm sorry my alerts are messed up, but you get one from me. Thank you so much for the sub, MK Beast. I see you. More bees. Yeah, we need some kind of a loop, right? And so in this case, we're going to go ahead and use for each. So we're going to have a list of items, and it's going to be called items because we're fancy. Very creative. And we can use for each. Whoops. Autocomplete, being fun, for each. Okay. And then for each item in the list of items, we want to do a thing. And what we want to do is create a list item, essentially. A list item that contains the item name, the item description, and 2 buttons. All right? Cool. Now, I need to get a little bit fancy here. And you'll notice that I eliminated the closing tags from this bracket, right? There's no close bracket, there's no close parenthesis. Because the way EJS is formatted, you have to have open tags and closing tags for each line. So I have to close this line, and then I can go on to my next line. And then when I have the closing parentheses and the closing brackets, I need to enclose those in EJS tags as well. And you'll see what I mean in a minute. So inside of my LI, I'm going to have a span. Danny says, oh, like PHP. Sure. I don't know PHP, but if you do know PHP, that's probably a great comparison. Absolutely. Yeah, it is interesting, right? That you got to be very explicit about your tags. Okay, yeah, Icefire says it's like PHP. I believe him. USMC says, I made a state drop down my first hard-coded list. Yeah. Where are the list items? They're right here. So span, inside of our span here, we're going to have the item name. And so I need to enclose that item name inside of tags because we're pulling in a variable. So those need to be enclosed inside of EJS tags. Now, one thing you'll notice is that this tag has a little bitty equal sign in it. And what that does is that denotes that this is like a variable or a specific reference of some kind. We are referencing a specific item. If I was performing some kind of a JavaScript operation, like doing logic, then I use $%. If I'm referencing a specific thing, then I use $%. So those two are different and they have different meanings. Yeah. So item.name, and then I'm going to have a colon, and I will have item.description. Yeah. All right, and that's inside my span. And then I'll have a button. And that button is going to say edit. And then I'll have a second button. And that one is going to say delete. Knowing when to use that equal sign trips me up all the time. Yeah, the easiest way to remember it is, are you referencing, it's almost like, I like to think of it, it's like you're assigning a variable, right? When you assign a variable, you have to use an equal sign. And so if you are referencing a thing, it's almost like you're assigning a variable to this tag. I don't know if that helps or not, but if you're referencing a thing, it's almost like you're assigning a variable into the tag, and that's what's going to be displayed when it renders. So like you're setting a variable into this tag. So that's what the equal sign is for. If I'm just doing logic, I'm not assigning anything. I'm just doing logic. So no equal sign. Sure. Okay, two buttons, edit and delete. And then I close my list item, I close my UL, and then I'm going to close my my tags also. So these two tags still need to be closed. So I'm going to do the caret and close curly bracket, close parenthesis, semicolon, close caret. There. So now those tags are closed correctly. This stuff is inside the brackets. So ready to go. Now I need to expand my buttons a little bit. So what does this button do? What is this button going to do? Well, when I click the edit button, what I expect that button to do is some stuff to put information in these two boxes, right? So it needs to fetch it. It needs to put the information in here. So it's doing some logic. And so on the client side, how we do logic is through, or in general, in this app, how do we do logic? What do we do? What do we use? Yeah, we're going to use JavaScript. What? Brackets? No? How do we do logic in JavaScript in general? Uh, yeah! Bablengue, welcome to the stream. Coming in hot with the right answer. I love it. Yes, it's a function. We're gonna trigger a function when they click the button. It needs to do some stuff, so we're gonna call a function with the button. Hi there, Bablengue. Good to see you. All right, so if I want to call a function from a button, how do I do it? Does anybody know? If you don't know, that's okay. On click. Yeah, baby, on click. Exactly. So we're going to have an event handler there that is going to trigger a function. We're going to call that function edit item. We have not built that function yet, but we will. So I'm going to call a function called edit item. Same thing for delete on click. We're going to call a function called, oops, yeah, come on. VS Code, you're not helping. Okay, there we go. Same for the other one. We're going to call delete item. And into delete item, we're going to be passing a few, yes, capital C, correct. Thank you for that. So inside of edit item, we're going to be passing in a few arguments. Hey, Antonio, good to see you. Glad to have you here. Yeah, we're going to be passing in 3 arguments. Because if we are editing an item, we are going to want to know what the item ID, item name, and item description are. And we'll talk about why that is in just a minute. So item, I'm going to copy and paste some stuff here. Item ID. Don't notice the underscore there. That's important. Item ID. Item name. And item description. And those need to be enclosed in single quotes. There we go. VS Code likes to put too many quotes. Okay, so into this edit item function, we are going to be passing 3 arguments: item ID, item name, item description. And those are being pulled directly from EJS. So that's nice. They're stored in there as variables essentially. And we pop those into our function. Yeah, Antonio, you did. You did say you were going to catch me on Sunday, and I appreciate it. I'd like to see you here again. Thanks for coming back. Pablonge says, what are you working on? Well, we are practicing the fundamentals of building a full stack application and giving folks a template that they can use to build their own applications on top of this. So if you want to see the finished code, you can go to !project in chat. That will give you a link to the GitHub repo of the finished code. It's a full stack application using HTML, EJS, CS, client-side JavaScript, server-side JavaScript, Express, and MongoDB as the backend. Yeah. And we're just explaining what each bit of this does and kind of walking through it together as a group. So that's the edit button. And then on click. No worries, Antonio. Yeah, get your sleep. All you folks that are like, staying up until 2 a.m. to watch this stream, you can watch the recording. It's okay. I'll still love you. Get sleep. It's important. Don't exhaust yourself just to watch my stream. You can watch the recording. VOD, yes, the VODs work great. Absolutely. Like I say, I'll still love you. It's all good. Thank you for the follow, Peblunge. Yeah, folks, my EU friends, I know it's rough. Yeah. So don't wear yourself out. All right, now into delete item, into that function, I'm going to pass really just one thing. Let's think about this for a second. If I want to delete an item, what is the only thing that my server needs to know about that item in order to find it and delete it from the database? What is the one thing the server needs to know? See you next time, Antonio. Thanks again for stopping by. Great to see you again. Staying away for kittens. Yeah, the only thing the server needs to know about the item at all, it doesn't care what the name is, it doesn't care what the description is, it just needs to know the unique ID, the unique identifier, so it can find it and nuke it from orbit from the database. Right? Yeah. Okay. Totally worth it. Gonna watch the VODs from the beginning. Okay, awesome. Well, my oldest stuff is no longer on Twitch. It gets deleted from Twitch automatically after 60 days. There's nothing I can do about it. But my archive is on YouTube. So if you really want to watch everything that I've ever done, which is a tall order, you can see that on YouTube from my YouTube channel, which is ad free. All right, now that concludes everything that we need to do for oh, and I put my closing tags in the wrong place. I apologize. Make sure that you put the closing tags after this LI right here. And now it doesn't like it anymore. Why don't you love me? Come on. It's in the right place, the right level. Oh, I need to put it, I'm going to put it back one level here. Maybe that'll work. Come on, EJS. Appreciate me. Okay, we'll do this. Put this in one, we'll indent that, and then we'll put this forward by one. Okay, now those are at the same level, but my formatter doesn't like it anymore, but it's still right. That's where it should be. Well, I have an extension, I have an extension installed which should turn these the correct color. Once everything's in the right place, it should turn them the purple and yellow and all those colors. They shouldn't be red, but I think it will still work. It's just my formatter my extension that I installed doesn't like it anymore. So it's okay. It's all good. Nothing wrong. All right, now below the UL, the last thing that we need, last but not least, don't want to forget it, is our script tag. Because our script tag is going to allow us to call these functions that we have set out references to here. So we're going to link to a source, which we haven't built yet, but we will. Close this. There we go. So we have script tags on both our home page and this page. So once we build out that script file, we'll link to it and we'll be able to run scripts from these pages. Save this. I don't know what changes I made here, but I'm going to save it. So we're done with this page now. Peachy. Okay, we're done with index.ejs. We're done with item.ejs. Now let's go ahead and start filling out the rest of our client-side data. So among that, we have some CSS, we have images, then we have our client-side JavaScript, where this is actually what's going to be doing some interactions with our server, sending data back and forth, and kind of getting the logic going for the client side that the server needs. Ad free is a bonus. Yeah, it is. YouTube asked me, do you want to monetize your channel? You have enough subscribers. And I was like, what, to get 10 cents a month and then cause my users to be cause my viewers to be frustrated with me? Like, no, I'm not doing that. So yeah, I didn't monetize. Oh, sure. Yeah, no worries, USMC chick. Good to see you. All right, so let's just populate these files. So inside of CSS, I'm going to create a new file called styles.css. And we've created this. Now I'm going to go ahead and grab just everything, all the styling from the repo. I'm not going to type it all out. I don't think that's worth our time. But essentially what it's doing is it's just giving the navbar its styling. It's giving the, styling all the navbar items, doing all the, fancy color changing that we've got going on here, setting some basic properties for the body, for the header, for the subheader, all the usual stuff for the footer. There's some custom styling for the carousel, the image carousel that we set up earlier. And you can see it's targeting that specific carousel item, that item with the ID of carousel. It's giving the images some properties, or it's giving the carousel itself some properties. It's giving the image some properties. And setting up how the image fits in the frame. So making sure it doesn't get cropped. We're using contain to push that image down a little bit. And then the interesting part here is we're setting the images in the carousel to be hidden by default. We're setting the images in the carousel to be hidden by default because our logic is going to be switching them on and off. So by default, we want everything to be off, but we're going to have a script that's going to switch one image on at a time and ensure that only one image is switched on at a time, which turns it into a carousel. And so that's kind of how that works. Our script is going to be controlling that on-off switch. But by default, they're all turned off. So that's why that looks that way. And then we're going to have another tag called image active, which is going to then show the active image. So we're going to switch that tag on and off. Why's my camera not focusing? That's weird. Yep, hence the active class. Exactly. That's what this is going to do. It's going to change display none to display block because why does this work? This gets into the definition of CSS. CSS stands for what? What does CSS stand for? You might not have ever thought about this, but it matters. I'm asking this for a reason. Yeah. Cascading style sheets. Exactly. The cascade is because it goes from top to bottom when it's applying styles. So it goes in order. So if we think about a carousel image, first, this style gets applied. Everything's turned off. But if our script adds the active tag, then this gets overwritten and display block gets applied instead. So we're exploiting the way that cascading style sheets work to make it switch on and off, essentially. Yeah. General to specific. Yep. Exactly. So that's why that works. That's why we can do that. If we switch on this active tag, it's going to start out as display none because it's going in order. But for the image that has this active tag, which is only going to be one, it'll pop this on instead. It'll overwrite the previous one, pop that on. Yep. That's why that works. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save this. Again, I just copied it from the repo. Please do that. Don't go type this out by hand. Now let's head over to our image folder. And you can feel free to add whatever images you want. By default, the carousel is set up to handle 3 images, but you can add as many images to the folder as you want, and then just specify which 3 you want to display. It's up to you. I'm going to pop in the 3 images from the repo. But again, you can add whatever you want. Just drop those in. Boop, boop, boop. I think they're very cute, like insanely cute. I love them so much. And if there's time at the end, I'm going to show you the the prompts I use to generate them. So if you have GPT-4, you can generate them too. It's totes adorable. Yeah. This one is just insane. It's so freaking cute. This one's cute too. I mean, these two basically look like something like your grandmother would have up in her living room, you know, like in a little frame. She'd have these little images up in her living room, which I think is perfect. Oh my gosh, Engineer Moore, you did it. Wow. So Engineer Moore has been trying to get Node to cooperate for them for like the past, I don't know, 2 hours. And they finally got it. Good job, Engineer Moore. Proud of you. Yeah, they're like highlights magazine pictures. Exactly. Yeah, great job, Engineer Moore. Amazing. Oh my goodness. I can't believe you have a foster kitten that looks like that. That's just so adorable. All right, now that's all we need for our CSS and for our image files. So let's move on to our JavaScript. So inside of JS, we're going to create a new file called script.js. And now that we've done that, before we forget, before we get too into building out all of our scripts, camera won't focus. That's so weird. Before we get into building out our scripts, let's make sure that we're linking our style sheet and our script tags. Now that we have the files that we're linking to, let's make sure we get those links set up on our HTML sheets or on our EJS views. So in index.ejs, link your style sheet. So you can do, it should autocomplete for you, but in index.ejs, just do CSS, maybe, and then styles.css. That'll be your style sheet. And at the bottom, just populate your script tag. Your script is going to be, oh, that worked. Your script is going to be in public JS, script.js. And actually, I don't think you even have to do that. You don't have to have the public. You can just do this. Because the reason that works, the reason you don't have to specify public is because we did that on the server side already. So our server already knows where all that stuff lives, and it's going to look in there by default. Yeah, exactly. As Strain said, the public part is taken care of in server.js. And so you don't have to specify the public folder because we did that already. We already told it where that stuff lives. It lives in public. I don't think there's any harm. Well, maybe there is harm in doing that. I don't remember if it's going to get confused if we try to specify public folder, but I just know you don't have to. Yes, we did specify CSS because that is a subfolder inside of public, but we didn't specify public. So JS, script.js, and then for the style sheet, CSS, style CSS. Okay. So I'm going to copy this style sheet link and I'm going to pop it over here on my item.ejs as well. So don't forget to do it on both pages. Same with the script.js. Pop that over here as well and save. All right. Both of those should be good to go now. And I was thinking actually, I'm wondering whether we want to try, well, no, we don't have enough set up yet. Never mind. Still, it's not going to work. I was thinking, well, we could try and see if these pages render, but it's going to not like this because we haven't set up all this, we haven't set up our functions. We haven't set up the logic that actually fetches these items. So EJS is going to freak out and throw errors. And so I don't think we want to do that. So let's just keep going in order. We're going to head over to our script.js and start coding that out. And then so we're gonna essentially set up we're gonna set up 3 functions that we absolutely need to have, and then one that's kind of optional. So our 3 functions that we're gonna need to have is a thing to control the carousel. So control image carousel, and then we're also going to need to handle edit requests. Because remember, when somebody clicks the edit button, it has to populate this information in here and send data to the server. So because we're doing two things, we need some extra logic to do that. So we're going to have a function that does it. And then we're also going to need to handle delete requests. Now, we said earlier that all it's really doing is sending an ID up to the server. So why do we need a function to do that? Well, because our delete button isn't inside of a form. Go back and look, you'll see that's true. Our delete button is not inside of a form. So our delete button doesn't have any built-in behavior like a form does. So we need to code that out manually. And that's kind of on purpose. I wanted to remind folks how to do those manual fetch requests and that kind of thing. So this is going to need to be a manual fetch request inside of a function, inside of some logic. So these three things. And then another thing we're going to do is we are going to also handle errors from server if unable to write data. So if the server can't write data to the database, it's actually going to send back some error information. This is kind of optional. I mean, it's good to have, but yeah, that's what that's going to do. Okay, so these four functions we're going to code. It is time to take a break. I think this is a fairly good time to pause because when we come back, we're going to be hitting this script file pretty hard. So I want everybody to feel fresh. So we'll save this. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we are going to build out the client-side logic that needs to make this work. And then after that, we will finish our server-side logic to handle the requests that we're sending, which really isn't too strenuous. It's just basically telling the database what to do. And then we'll set up our schema for the database, and then we'll be done. Hey, Quad Shot, good to see you. Renee says, don't we need a function for creating? Yes, we're going to do that when we come back from the break. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. I thought you meant the carousel. No, so we don't need a function for creating the item, and I'll let you think about why we don't. We do not need a client-side function for creating items. And feel free in chat, if you know why we don't, feel free to share during the break. Why we don't need client-side JavaScript to create an item. I know nothing. That's okay. You're allowed to. All right. You already have a DB? Yes, we do. I have a MongoDB Atlas. I have a MongoDB Atlas connection set up already on our server side. Yes, Oxmodo, you're absolutely correct. Angular, please refrain from making discriminatory comments in the chat. I'm happy to have you here, but please don't do that. Nobody's better at coding than anybody else. We can all be good at coding. We can all be successful. We can all work together to make each other better at coding, right? Nobody's better than anybody else. We can all lift each other up instead of putting each other down. Okay, cool. Do you have your own Discord? No, I don't. I communicate through the 100 Devs Discord. I'm a mod there. So yeah, feel free to, you can definitely join the 100 Devs Discord. You can get a link for that by using !Leon in chat. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Good to have you here, Quad Shot. Wow. Why did that alert work and none of the other ones do? Oh gosh. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes, and you all are right. Exactly. So when we create a new item, the form handles that create request. Oh, you gifted a sub. Wow. Thank you so much, Quad Shot. That's so generous. Maybe John, if you're hanging around, feel free to thank Quad Shot for the gifted sub. Oh, thank you, Quad Shot. You're so sweet. Yes, so USMC, I'm a mod on the 100 Devs Discord, so you'll see me around. Alerts are back, kind of, sometimes, who knows? When alerts are back when they wanna be, I guess. Danny says, "Hi, I didn't say anything before because I didn't want to interrupt you, but there's a very good energy in your stream. Thank you. Today's my first time here and I'm delighted. Wow, thank you so much. Greetings from Spain. Wow, greetings from the US. Um, very fresh energy. It's amazing how fluently you talk about the topics. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. It's excellent to have you here. Yeah, I love it when folks join me and code along. We all have fun here together. Ah, Tex says, "Have you?" No, no worries. That's a perfectly fine comment to make. Um, have you thought about lazy eye surgery? I have. I've actually had it twice. It's not been successful for me. So yeah, you know, I've had it twice. I've had vision therapy. Some things just aren't. Some things just aren't successful, but that's okay. Yeah, I still do. I still do pretty well. There's a lot of folks that a lot of folks that have it worse than I do. Certainly. All right, it's break time. Let's take a break. And when we come back, we will build out our client side logic. Oh, thank you, USMC. You have lazy eye as well? Yeah, a lot of folks do. Oh, thank you, Quad Shot. All right, break time. BRB, 5 minutes, get some water, get up and stretch. I know some of y'all have been sitting here this entire time and y'all haven't been, you haven't got up at all in like the last 3 hours. I see you. Get on up if you can. Stretch, get some water, use the restroom, whatever you got to do. 5 minutes. See you shortly. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. Go ahead, get yourself a drink of water, use the restroom, pet your dog, pet your cat, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. I'm waiting on my kettle to boil. I'm hoping it can boil in the next 45 seconds. It's a race against the clock. We will see. Channel points bet on boiling status. Okay. Well, my kettle didn't boil in time, but that's okay. I'll step away in a moment when it finally does, and I'll pour a cup of tea, and then I'll come back. You bought tea with roasted rice, and I've seen that before. Some lo-fi from Chris P. Nugget on that break. I know, right? Isn't it just the best? Chris is such a great composer, and he very kindly let me use some of his tracks for my intro music and for my break music. I will be switching those out with more tracks from Chris very soon. Basically, once I remember to do it, I will switch those out for even more fire tracks from Chris. They're a great composer, and hopefully should be releasing a full EP pretty soon with that song and more. Yeah, that's a whistle face emote, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, and envelope is lazy eye. I actually have a command that gives you some more information. Yep. So my condition is specifically strabismus, which is slightly different from lazy eye, which may make it a little bit more complicated to tackle. But there you go. I have a command for that. All right. Let's see. Checking in chat here. Okay, so yes, let's go ahead, and if I missed any questions, I apologize. Feel free to ask again. I didn't see anything new in there that I hadn't answered, but if I missed your question, ask it again. No harm in that. Now let's go ahead and dive into building out our client-side scripting. Waiting for tea to boil. Next project should be to build a replicator. Yeah, no, my next project should be to put a 240-volt outlet in my kitchen so I can have so my tea can boil faster. That would be good. So over here in the US, we've got these measly little, 120-volt outlets, and our kettles aren't nearly as powerful as you folks over there in Europe and the UK. Y'all got like rocket powered kettles. Great. When I was over there, I was like, oh my gosh, I love this. Modern problems require EU solutions. I mean, yeah, kind of. When it comes to consumer protections and data protection laws, y'all are miles ahead of us. In the US, we don't, nobody cares about the individual. EU kettle will burr, pretty much. Okay, first, controlling the image carousel. We're going to make a function called start carousel. And essentially, this function is going to fire as soon as the page loads. So on page load, this function is going to start firing, and it's going to trigger the carousel to run automatically. So in order to do that, we need to have the carousel control which image is displayed at any given time. We already set up our classes to do that. So now we're going to set up the logic that controls those classes. Incinerator for tea, instant hot water. Incinerator. Isn't that a garbage disposal? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. All right. Anyway, let active image. Set this to 0. This is a new variable for us. Let active image. That's going to denote which image is active. Now, we're going to set up an array of images. And how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to go into our page, essentially. We're going to go into our page, and we're going to get everything that is tagged as a carousel image. I'll have to look that up later, Quad Chat. So if I want to go in and get everything that has a certain tag, how do I do that? How could I do that? You don't have to give me the exact name of the tag, but what is the type of thing I'm going to need in order to go into, say, an HTML page? I know we're not using HTML, but it still works. To go into a page like that, yes, we're going to need a query selector, right? If I wanted to select a single item, I could do, yeah, I could do like a query select. I could select by ID, I could select by class, whatever. But in this case, I want to get everything. I want to return a list. I want to return an array. And so as Iris, welcome to the stream, Iris. It's so good to have you here. We're going to use query selector all. You're exactly right, Iris. Query selector, no, all, thank you. There we go, query selector all. And I want to select everything that's an image inside of the carousel. So I can do that by carousel. I have to like spell it out really carefully. I can't spell carousel otherwise. And then everything that is an image inside of the carousel. So now inside of images, we have an array of all the images. Cool. Oops. And then below that, we're going to have another function here. We're nesting functions a little bit. The actual cycle images, is going to flip those tags on and off. So the first thing we want to do is essentially just a little bit of an error check. It's just something I encountered when I was building this, and so I'll explain what it does in just a second. GRZ says, from where are we getting these images? Well, we're getting the images from the actual index.ejs. We defined them in index.ejs already, and we're getting them from there. So I'll go back to that in just a second. We'll review it again. A function in a function? Yeah, and we'll talk about why I did that too in a bit. So first thing is we're just going to have a little bit of error handling here. Images, active image, clear interval, interval ID. There we go. Return. So essentially what this is doing is it's just basically saying, hey, if there's no, if there is nothing in images that has the active image tag, then just exit the function. Don't try to cycle the carousel. Something is wrong, or you're not on the page where the carousel exists. So just exit the function. Because I was getting on my, when I went over to the item page in my finished version, when I went over there, I was getting errors because it was trying to run the carousel function when there's no images on that page to run. So, or images on that page to cycle. So this just says, hey, if there's nothing to cycle through, then kill the function. All right, now let's get to the actual meat of it, the thing that actually loops the images. So in my images array, I want to find the active image, which by default is 0. So when the page first loads, active image is the image in the array with the ID of 0, or the index of 0, I'm sorry. And to that item, I want to add, or sorry, I want to remove the class list of active, because by default, the first image on the list is going to have this active class. And then I want to find the next image that should be active and set it. If you're confused, it's okay. We'll walk through this again in detail, how it goes start to finish. Oops, +1. And then what this is doing is it's finding the next image that should be active. Now, you might say, why isn't active image just active image +1? Any guesses? Why isn't active image just active image +1? because we start with 0 and then we just add 1. Why wouldn't that work? Yeah, exactly. Eventually, you're going to get to the end of your image array. Yes, you need to wrap back around to 0. So, what are we doing here? What does this mean? What does the percent sign do? The modulo, right? What does it do? It's a Harry Potter spell. Gives the remainder after division. Exactly. So, what is actually happening here? Well, let's say I have um, let's say I have 5 images in my array of images. There's 5 things with an image tag. I want to loop through them in my carousel. So if I'm on image 4, or well, actually, so if I'm on image, if I'm on image 4 or active image ID of 4, right? So active image ID of 4 is actually the 5th image in the list, right? Because it's an array, it starts at 0. The 5th image in the list has an index of 4. So I'm on 4. I've just removed the class, and then I go to active image and I say active image plus 1. So 4 plus 1 is 5. Then I do the remainder of images.length. The length of the image array is also 5. So the remainder of 5 modulo 5 is 0. So it loops back to 0 and assigns that to active image. Yeah, because we got to start over. A little bit of a mind trick. But if you wanted to, you could add some console logs here if you want to see how this is behaving. You could add some console logs and really kind of plot this out. But that's why we're doing that. Yeah, fancy. Right? I thought this was fun. Yeah. So when we get to the end of your list of images, no matter how long it is, the value of active image is going to become active image plus 1 modulo images.length. And when those become equal, then it loops back to 0. So there you go. That's why we're doing that. Hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, I would suggest adding some console logs so you can really visualize what's happening with active image and how those two are becoming, how those two are cycling through. Yeah, it is kind of neat. I thought it was fun. T Durham, yes, you're exactly right, T Durham. By the way, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Yes, that essentially what this does in broad terms is it keeps active images value always under the amount of images. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, T Durham. You've injected math into our coding. We were promised lack of math. This is the most math we're going to be doing in the entire project. I promise. I don't like math either. So don't worry. Now, we take this value. Essentially we've identified whatever the next image is supposed to be. We've targeted that. We've assigned that value, and we add class list dot add active. That just makes the next image active. So that's all we're doing. We're cycling through. And then the last thing we need to do is we need to tell our function. How often to cycle. So how often should it switch images? So interval ID is going to call set interval, which calls our function, and then we give it the interval to cycle through. So this will call our cycle images function every 300 milliseconds, which is 3 seconds. So every 3 seconds, it's going to call this function, cycle to the next image, and do all the CSS stuff that it needs to do. Okay. And Yeah. And so that's what we were doing up here. We were calling this interval ID, and we're essentially saying, hey, if for some reason this can't be done, if this cycling can't be performed, if you're on a different page, if you're something's gone wrong, whatever, then just don't do it. Just forget about it. Don't try. You're going to get errors in the console if you do. Okay? So that's the carousel logic. More fun than setting if conditions and resetting. Yeah, absolutely. Jormander, welcome to the stream. They say modulus modulo exists to solve very unique problems. I'm convinced of this. Yeah, it really does. It seems like whenever you use it, there's something funky going on, and you gotta get weird with it. You gotta get mathy. Exactly. Or the other reason it exists is to solve interview questions where they ask you to figure out if a number is even or odd. Like those are the two. It's either something really complicated or you're solving for even and odd. Like those are the only two possibilities. Uh, DRZ says, did we make an algorithm in JavaScript to store / present image result? Okay, let's walk through what this is actually doing. So start carousel is actually going to run on page load, and we'll pop that in just a little bit. We'll pop in a thing that's going to trigger this function to start firing on page load. And so what it's affecting is in our index.ejs, we have a div called carousel. Okay. And then we have 3 images stored in that div. The first image we have given a class of active. So let's talk through what happens when the page loads. When the page loads, active image values a sign of 0. Our function goes into our index.ejs and selects everything inside of the carousel div with a type of image. So it goes and finds those 3 images, the first one of which has the class of active. Then the first thing it does after 3 seconds, because it only fires every 3 seconds, is after 3 seconds, it removes that active class from the first image, it does its calculations, and it adds it to the next one. And then it loops through until it gets to the beginning, and then it, starts over. So every 3 seconds, it's going to flip the image just like this. I hope that helps explain what's happening there, GRZ. That's what's happening here. Every 3 seconds, those active tags are being swapped out. Okay. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put in some error handling. GRZ, I'm not sure what you mean by navigation. There's no navigating involved in this carousel. Oh, thank you, USMC. Appreciate it. It's good practice for me. You can't really understand something until you explain it to someone else. So I tell everybody who's learning to go and then teach somebody else, because you don't know something until you can explain it clearly to someone else. That can really highlight knowledge gaps. Whenever I can't explain something clearly, then I know that I don't know it well enough and I should practice. All right. Next thing we're going to do is I'm going to add a little error handling function here. And this is going to look a little confusing. We'll talk about it later. I'm actually just going to kind of drop this one in here. You can grab it from the repo, but if you don't want to add it, you don't have to. It's not going to hurt anything if you don't have this. It's really just a little something on the top. Like I say, it's optional. This is going to check for an error message from the server, and if that error message is present in the URL, we're going to return an error value of true. If that error message is present in the URL, then it's going to display an alert box. But I don't expect this error to be triggered because we have added validation in our form box, which will not allow someone to submit the form unless you've populated both the name and the description fields, right? So this should technically never fire because we've set up validation that stops someone from submitting the form if they haven't filled it in properly. So there you go. So not super important, but it's nice to cover your bases. GRC is I'm very new and I chose Kotlin as my first language. Okay, cool. I haven't used Kotlin personally, but hey, there's nothing. You can start wherever you like, and it's you can once you know one language, you can move wherever you want. You can learn whatever else you want. Yeah, I mean JavaScript is important, but like I just said, as long as you start somewhere. Like everybody's going to try to tell you that something is the best or the right way or the only way sometimes. But that's not true. I think that as long as you start somewhere, your knowledge journey can branch out and you can learn whatever you want whenever you want. Um, I think that, I started out in SQL and then that opened my eyes to everything that you could do and everything that you could be. And now I'm learning JavaScript. I'm learning VB. I'm learning Visual Basic. I'm learning C Sharp. I'm learning all these other things. And so as long as you start somewhere, any modern language is fine. Exactly. Yep. Now, some are more popular than others. Some have more documentation than others, but there's no right way or wrong way to do it. Yep. Every language, even COBOL or whatever, right? Every language exists for a reason. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. And so you might have an easier time starting out in some places than others, but there's no wrong way to do it. Yeah. Okay, now let's handle our edit requests. Oh, sorry. Next thing, my bad. Next thing I want to do is I need to make sure that the carousel starts spinning, I guess, when the page loads. So as soon as the page loads, the carousel should start going, should start cycling automatically. So I'm going to add a little function down here to just say window.onload. When the window loads, do a thing, and that thing is going to be start carousel, and it's also going to call check for error. Whenever the page loads, it's going to call both of these functions, first to start the carousel, and then secondly to check if there's any errors coming back from the server. So do that, save. Next thing we're going to do is we are going to handle our edit requests. So this is kind of, the meat of how we handle the requests we're getting from our form. So handling edit requests, like I mentioned before, requires some additional logic rather than just submitting a form. Because to answer the question I asked y'all before the previous break, the question I asked y'all before the previous break was, why don't I have something here for handling create requests? And y'all answered it exactly correctly. Y'all said, well, we don't need custom JavaScript here because the create request is in a form, and forms have default behavior to send data up to the server. That's what they do. That's what they're made for. As long as that form has a submit button, it's going to send and a valid route. It's going to send data up to the server automatically with no extra code. That's why I love forms, you guys. That's why they're the best. Now, but for edit requests specifically, we're doing some extra behavior that forms don't do. When I click the edit button, I want to populate this box right here with this information based on what I clicked on. This box needs to be populated. And then once I click update, then it's going to behave like a regular form and send that data up to the database. So, and chat is going by really fast. I'm going to catch up with it in just a second. There. And so then it behaves like a regular form. But the first step is to populate these boxes with the thing I clicked on. Okay. Yeah, great explanation there, Strange Shadow Song. I appreciate that. Yeah, and folks are sharing that they all started out with, a bunch of different languages, right? Folks started out with Python, folks started out with COBOL. Yeah, basic Fortran and COBOL, that's friggin' rad. I work with a lot of COBOL programmers, folks that were started out on mainframes back in the 60s and 70s. Several of my coworkers have been coding for that long. First languages are C++ and Pascal. Yeah, there's no bad way to do this. Be happy to never have to go back. Yeah, that's why I think that's why my coworkers are, making like $250,000 a year as COBOL programmers just because they didn't want to do it anymore. Renit says, but we need to handle the create request on the server side. Yes. But what I'm saying is we don't need additional client side logic just to process that request. That's going to happen automatically. On the server, yes, absolutely. We are going to need a route to handle that and a controller. Working with kobolds can be taxing. That's something different. Oh. All right, let's handle our edit requests. So for edits, like I mentioned, we're going to need some custom logic. Not a ton, but a little. Now, into this edit item function, we're going to be passing three things. We're going to be passing an ID value, passing a name value, and passing a description value. And as I'm looking at this, I think I missed one thing on index.ejs, so we'll check that in just a second. And I think the thing I'm missing is this first thing we're just about to write here. So we're going to say document get element by ID, and we need to look for the update ID, which is the ID value of the thing we are wanting to update, the unique identifier for that thing. I think that's what we're missing in index.ejs. So we'll have to go back and add that. But let's finish with this function first. So we get that. And then the next thing we want to get are the name and the description that we are actually wanting to edit. Get element by ID. We're going to get the update name dot value, set it to name. Yeah, so what we're doing here is we're going to populate the ID field, and we're going to populate the name field, and we're going to populate the description field with those values. That's why we gave these two input boxes their own IDs, because we need to know how to target them and put the information into them. Did I spell that right? So we're just assigning those values and dropping them in the box. Arm says, yep, I'm pretty happy right now with TypeScript. Yeah, a lot of folks really like TypeScript. I've dabbled in it a little bit, not a ton, but for me, I am a SQL developer. That's my day job. I'm a senior SQL developer. And SQL is very strict. If you've ever worked with SQL before, it is extremely strict in basically everything that it does, which is fine. It's great. When you're working with data, you want strictness, right? You want your data to be accurate, correct. You want it to be exactly what you're asking for at all times. So SQL is extremely strict. And so I kind of like just coming and working with JavaScript where everything's all loosey-goosey and you can do whatever the hell you want. It's kind of a nice contrast for me, which is why I actually haven't done too much with TypeScript, because I like how weird and like opposite JavaScript is to SQL. So yeah. And also, I'm doing this for fun. I'm not doing it for like a corporate job. So, it can be funky with the types. But that's personal. My situation's kind of unique in that way. I think TypeScript is actually excellent. Okay, so now we've assigned these values, we've popped them in the correct box. And then lastly, the very important thing we need to do is we need to change, well, we need to assign the route for the form. And we want to pass the ID of the thing we are updating. We want to pass the ID of the thing we are updating along with the form data. So when we update a thing, we're updating the name, we're updating the description. Those are going to be bundled up with the rest of the form data, right? Because we're putting them in here. Those are going to be bundled up with the rest of the form data, but we also need to send the ID of the thing that we're updating so our server knows which one to grab from the database and update. So the last thing we need to do, which is very important, is, oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you for the follow ride. I see what you're going for there. All right, the route we're going to pass. Delay, thank you for the follow. The route we're going to pass is item, update, and then the ID passed in as a template literal. Okay, so update form, item, update. Wow, thank you so much for all the follows, guys. Y'all are so generous. Wow. Damn semicolon is a slogan I've always wanted to put on a shirt. Yeah. SQL. So you know how like I'm kind of fast and loose with the semicolons here in JavaScript? SQL cares a lot about semicolons. It is very important. Really, the only thing that SQL doesn't care about is like white space and indentation. That's like the only thing it doesn't care about. It cares about everything else. So very strict, like I said. Okay, so anyway, what we're doing here is we are setting those values in the boxes, first thing. And then as soon as that person clicks the update item button, which is behind my mouse, sorry. As soon as they click this button, then we want to make sure in the route we're passing the ID of the thing we're updating as part of the URL. All right, so that's our update. And bear with me for just 1 second. Now that I have hot water, I was waiting on my kettle to boil. It's done. It's been done for a while. I'm going to pour myself another cup of tea. I will be back in like 2 seconds. Feel free to ask any questions. Yeah, 30 seconds top. I will be back. I promise. I'm glad you enjoyed the TypeScript tutorial, Copper Lily. I'm going to get myself some tea. Un momento. Okay, there we go. All right, we're back. Thank you all for bearing with me there for a second. I have a nice hot cup of decaffeinated chai tea, black chai tea now, so pretty happy about that. Oh, did I miss an alert? Oh, Simarin, thank you for the follow. Mawe says, have you done Python C tutorials for beginners on your YouTube? No, I actually don't know Python or C. That doesn't mean I won't know them sometime, but I actually don't know Python or C. Otherwise, I would do tutorials on those. But I'm sure there's lots of other wonderful folks here in the software and game dev category on Twitch. It's a fairly small category, but lots of wonderfully talented and smart people in this category. So do feel free to poke around until you find somebody that's doing that kind of thing. I'm sure there's plenty. Oh, Dr. Moto, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. I'm sorry if the alert didn't work, probably didn't, but yes, thank you so much for the sub, Dr. Moto. I always appreciate you being here. Programmer in decaf. Coding with Strangers does Python. Okay, yes, yes. I'm gonna give them a shout out because they're fantastic. If you've never seen Coding with Strangers, they are just the best. So give me just a second to give them a shout out. They're worth a follow. They have if you're wondering, they have a similar vibe to MyString. So if you like my vibe, check them out. Let's see, that should be right. Yeah. Okay. I think they're much cooler than I am. So if you want someone who has a similar vibe but is also like really cool, yeah, check out Coding with Strangers. Benia says, I couldn't quite understand the reasoning here. Instead of using fetch directly in JS, we are using the form submit button. Yes. So this edit function is a little funky because, so essentially, our create, our edit, and our delete functions are all doing the same thing in different ways. Our create operation is triggering directly off the form. We're using the built-in form behavior to send a request directly to the server. So we don't need any client-side JavaScript. For edit, we're performing additional logic to put this information right here into our update form. Once we have that information in the form, we then use the built-in form logic to send that information to the server. But we needed this first step to populate these two fields. To first retrieve this information, to retrieve it, and then populate it. Okay? And then the form does the rest by itself. Now, for our delete button, we're not using a form, so we're going to have to code that manually. We're going to have to do a fetch. So it's essentially, I'm demonstrating 3 different ways that you can do the exact same thing. Yes, Free Code Camp is also an excellent resource as well. Absolutely. Pretty high up on the coolest reading list. Okay. Oh boy. Y'all are funny. All right, now we're going to do it, quote unquote, the old fashioned way. So I'm going to show you the contrast between utilizing form behavior, which has everything built in, versus doing it yourself, which you're going to have to do, for certain reasons, for various reasons. You're going to have to talk to the server. But if I want to talk to the server manually, I'm going to use an async function to do it. Now, previously we used promises. Now I'm going to demonstrate async await. So we talked about a long time ago how there's different ways to handle promises, and another way to do it, a more modern way to do it, is by using async await. Now, why? What's a general reason why I want to use async await? What is the use case? Why do I need this? Here, let's pull it out. JS is single thread. Okay. Just in general, what is the use case? Why does that matter in this case? Why does it matter that JavaScript is single thread? Yeah, Elaine, welcome to the stream. Good to have you. And coming in with the right answer. Some of you are first time chatters. You're so slick. Coming in. Nice. Yes. So it waits for the response, right? Because we don't know how long that response is going to take. I don't know how long it's going to take to go and send a message to my server because it's somewhere else, right? We're doing it over the internet. It's a series of tubes, right? We don't know how long it's going to take to get through the tubes. And so in general, we want to make sure that our logic is going to wait for that response before it continues and tries to do other things. So if this wasn't asynchronous, you could have it sending a request off to the server and then just going on and finishing the rest of the function without the data. And so because we don't know how long it takes, we want to use async await. No worries, Quad Chat. Thanks again for coming, and thank you so much for the subs and the gift. So lovely of you. So we're going to try and see if we can talk to the server and get a response. And this is where we're going to be awaiting that response. We're going to use the fetch API to go and fetch, or send a fetch request, I should say, to the server. And we're going to send that request to localhost 3000 item delete, and then the ID that we want to delete. Okay? So somebody has clicked the delete button. It's going to send this request to the server with the ID that we want to delete. And we're going to send the method, be explicit about it. We're going to send method delete. So just like we had post before, we have get. We're going to say this is explicitly a delete request. Now I'm hungry. Oh, and 1365. I apologize. I don't think I thank you for the follow. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry I missed that. Jay Thomas says, my class is on the express.js part and I'm screaming because I don't like backend and I rather do front end for web development. Yeah, I mean, everybody has a preference, right? Like I'm actually a backend developer by day. That's what I do. I work with databases. And yeah, I'm not great at the front end. You've all seen the way I style things. But I think it's good to, at least get some familiarity with it. So I appreciate you being here and hopefully, maybe once you get some more exposure to it, you get a little bit more comfortable. And I know when you're first starting with express.js, it's difficult. You're like, what is all this? This is gibberish. I don't understand. But hopefully some of the explanations we're going through today might help you get a little bit of a better understanding. And actually, you joined at a great time because we're finishing up with our client-side JavaScript and we're just about to go back to our server and populate some routes. And so we'll explain through what each route is doing, why it's doing that, what it's sending, what it's getting, all that type of things, and hopefully help you understand a little better. Oh, good point. Yes. The port that I'm using for this project is 3500. So good catch. Yeah. My original one was 3000. Yep, exactly. And knowing what the backend does will make you a better developer because you can at least know what the backend team needs from you as a front end dev. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with being a front end dev. Lots of folks are. I admire them because they can do things like styling and user experience design and make it look so good. But it's helpful if they then can also understand the backend enough to know what that team needs to make their stuff work. Okay, so we're setting up a delete, and then if there is an error, let's see. Oh wait, sorry, we're not there yet. After that, if the server responds back that things went as expected, right? It was able to delete it. We're all good. I have a console log here, but you're not going to see it, so I'll just skip it. But once the server responds back that everything was successful, then we'll just go ahead and reload the page. Now, we didn't have to do this for the create function and the edit function. Why? Why didn't I have to have a reload in there somewhere? Form logic. Yes, you are correct. Yes. Forms by default, part of their default behavior. We talked about this, that forms just have stuff built in and it's really nice. And I love forms and they're great. Forms by default do several things. When you click a submit button, they send a request up to the server automatically to whatever route you specify with whatever method you specify. The other thing they do is reload the page and clear the form. That's just that's built-in behavior. Now, do we always want that? No. If you're working with something like React, you're probably going to override that behavior and turn it off. But in our case, that's fantastic. It's exactly what we want to happen. We're going to leave it in place. But since deletes are just a button, they have nothing built in. We are doing everything manually. And so part of that needs to be reloading the page. So that's why we're doing this here, but not anywhere else. Hey, Happy Pixel, good to see you. You made it, you did. Mawe says, you have the super positive vibe. Thank you. You can easily say something like happy little coding accidents. I like that. Man, Bob Ross is the best. Yeah. Hey, I make happy little coding accidents all the time. I misspell things all the time. I leave out parentheses. It happens to everybody. Nobody's perfect. And the best mistakes are ones that you can, number one, troubleshoot successfully. Number two, learn something from. So I like mistakes, even at work. I like mistakes where it's where it's genuine, like, where it's a genuine mistake, right? Because I can usually learn something from that mistake. Um, you just own up to it, you fix it, and then you don't do it again if you can. And Kevin says, the page is rendered on the server. That's why you need a small refresh to get an updated page. Well, essentially, what the reload is doing after you delete something is it's going to re-retrieve the items on the list. So these items here, right? So once I click delete, it's going to re-retrieve and re-render the page with the existing item list minus the one we deleted. Just like that. Now, there's things that you can do to like remove the item from the DOM without reloading the page, but in this case, it doesn't matter. That's more than we need to do. Now, with something like React, you can render that single component, like the single list, without reloading the page. But we're not using React; we're using EJS. So, yeah, that's why that we have to reload the page, because we want to refresh it with the new list minus one item. Angular says, what should I learn, MongoDB or MySQL? That's up to you. But here's my suggestion. SQL, any flavor of SQL, doesn't matter which one. I've used several in my career. It really doesn't matter. SQL is by far the most used database language in the world. It's everywhere. Also, relational databases are the most common database type. Now, is MongoDB bad to learn? Absolutely not. It's very widely used as well, but SQL is far more common. So, just my 2 cents. And I say that as a SQL developer, so take that with a grain of salt. But if you can learn both, but maybe start with SQL. I don't know. Your choice. But there's nothing bad about either of them. Okay, response okay. Look. I need to have an else here. My apologies. If, and then else, will console log failed to delete item. Okay. And then, so if the response is okay, then we reload the page, else failed to delete item. And then if it can't even talk to the database, so there's 2 different things we're checking for here. First off is it gets a response from the database. And then if that response is okay, it reloads the page. If it gets another type of response, like, I don't know, unable to, like a thing from MongoDB where Mongo's like, I don't know what that item is, I can't find it, then failed to delete. Now, if it can't even contact the database at all, then we just say console log error occurred, and then we can, give the error details. That means it couldn't even talk to the database at all. There, console log that error. All right. So that is our edit. That's our delete. We're checking for errors from the server. And then we're also starting the carousel when the page loads. So that's it. We're done. We are done with our client-side JavaScript. Good job, us. So now, next step is to go back to the server and populate the routes so that it can handle the things we're sending it. So it can handle the edit requests, so it can handle the delete requests, so that it can handle the create requests and talk to the database. Okay? Rhymes, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Yeah, exactly. USMC summed it up really nicely as far as MongoDB versus SQL. Mongo is super easy because it's JavaScript, right? You talk to the database in JavaScript just like you already do, or you already know. SQL is the more popular, like, database communication method, though. Relational databases are much more popular than non-relational databases, but again, it's however you want to approach it. There's no bad way to do it. I started out with SQL and then transitioned to JavaScript in MongoDB. But there's nothing wrong with you doing that in reverse, starting out with JavaScript and MongoDB, transitioning to SQL. Yep, Postgres is great too. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, USMC chick. For that, you get overlapping alerts for some reason. Who knows, man? Oh. Queen Sandra says, finally, someone doing vanilla JavaScript. Well, I'm glad I could help you out there, Queen. Oh, most people are like, why aren't you using TypeScript? And I'm like, man, because I like JavaScript. It's great. Not that there's anything wrong with TypeScript, but JavaScript is fun as heck. It's so like I was saying earlier, it's the wild west of coding. It does whatever the hell it wants whenever it wants. I like that attitude. Oh, and Flipped mentions that they use both MongoDB and relational databases. One is for blobs and logs. There you go. So there's use cases for both, right? And like I was saying earlier, like when in relation to languages, um, it wouldn't exist if it didn't have a reason to exist, right? So best tool for the job. Steven says it's pronounced squeal. I prefer to pronounce it squirrel. You know, I prefer squirrel, but it's up to you. You know, it's GIF versus GIF, squirrel, SQL, SQL, whatever. All right. So last thing before we head back to our server.js is I want to double check. I think we may be missing something in index.ejs, or sorry, in item.ejs, my bad. I want to double check this. So in item.ejs, I think we may be missing one field in our update form. Yes, we are. Okay, so in item.ejs, in your update form, we need one more input. Oh my god, thank you for the follow. Use chopsticks, Lawrence, Sousa. I'm missing some follows here. Wow. Okay, Rhymes 404, Sousa 10, Lawrence on Twitch. Use chopstick, Queen Sandra. My goodness, thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you all so much for the follows. You're all so kind. Angular says, should we need to learn how to write user stories and or learning how to use Azure DevOps? I mean, writing user stories is a really useful skill. It's a good general useful skill. If you can summarize what users are asking for and build specs and stuff off of that, that's a great skill to have. As far as Azure DevOps, I mean, yes, it's very widely used. I wouldn't say you have to know it. I don't know it, but I mean, I do know how to write user stories. Queen says, I'm learning HTML and CSS and JS. And when I go to the software and game development, all the streamers be coding weird languages. Yeah, that's kind of true sometimes. They're doing some advanced projects out there. But I would recommend, so I generally work in this arena. I do because I work with 100 devs. And so teaching folks how to become web developers. So my stuff is generally more beginner friendly. Now, sometimes we do things in React. And we do more advanced frameworks for funsies. But a lot of the times we do more beginner focused streams like this one, using vanilla JS and basic stuff. Another streamer that you might enjoy is Hello, it's Rufio. I'll give a shout out to a couple streamers here that you might find useful in your learning journey. So shout out, Hello, it's Rufio. And shout out Leah T Codes. Did I get that right? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. So those are a couple I can think of off the top of my head that might be doing this kind of stuff that you're interested in. Hopefully that helps. Yes, and there are other database types aside from relational and non-relational. There are multiple. Time series is another one. Yep. And there are specialized database types that are for specific fields, such as genetic, like working with genetics and genes. They have their own specialized database types. Mm-hmm. Welcome to the stream, Dodo. I don't know how to answer that. Lilsa says, OMG, you're still alive. Yep, still trucking. If you have any advice from someone in school, be creative and learn. Hang out in streams like this, pick up information passively. Just find out what you like, what you don't like, and use that to guide your career choices. Be open minded. Also, be open minded. Don't shut yourself out from certain careers. Don't shut yourself out from certain languages or methods or people. Be as open-minded as you can and as flexible and adaptable as you can. Do you use any Vue? Nope. Yeah, I have the beginner friendly tag. Yep. Build projects. Yep. Build stuff, be creative, have fun. Yeah, that's the best advice. All right. Last thing before we take another break. We need to add one line to our update form right here. So, and that line is basically another input, but it's not going to be visible. This input is going to contain the ID of the thing that the person clicked on. So this right here, for example, when I click the edit button, it's going to not only populate this box and this box, it's going to populate a hidden box called ID. And the reason we're doing that is because we need the ID to be bundled up with the rest of the form data and sent up to the server together in the same object. And so the easiest way for us to do that is just drop it in a hidden form box and then punt it right up to the server so the server can update that item in the database. So it's not going to be input type text. It's actually going to be input type hidden. Yeah, that's a valid input type. Input type hidden. That makes it hidden. Its name is going to be ID. And its ID, this is a little confusing, but its ID is going to be update ID. Oops, like that. Okay. So that is going to bundle the ID with the rest of the form data. So as soon as we click that update button, it all gets sent up to the server. And I forgot to put that in earlier because it was hidden and I forgot about it. So there you go. But that should be good to go now. And then we come back from the break, we can get back to our server and handle all this data that we're sending it. Andre says, any tips when looking for a job? Well, if you want to join the 100 Devs Discord, that's a lot of what we talk about there is how do I look for a job? What are the things I can do for my resume? How do I get better at interviews? I've done some streams on that. If you want to look at my YouTube archive, exclamation point YouTube. It's ad-free YouTube channel. All my past archive streams are there. I've done several full streams just on getting better at interviewing and handling the interview process, what it's like to work in tech, all those sorts of things. So feel free to check that out. Also check out the 100 Devs Discord. But like I said, a lot of that talk there is about getting a job and people reviewing each other's resumes and improving. So the Discord there is the second link in that command I just typed. That should let you right into the Discord. Renit says, why the underscore for the ID? Yes. So if you look in MongoDB, IDs are stored in MongoDB with the underscore. So that's why we're putting that there. Yep, just to say, yep, this is the MongoDB ID, and we're giving it the same identifier as it would be in the database. T. Darren says, do you plan on using the form element submit reset methods? Yes. So that's what we're doing here for both of these. Oh, and also I need to change this button. That's wrong. This should be update item. Yep. That's what we're doing. We're using the submit behavior to submit the item automatically to the server and also to update the item after our function has been called that populates the boxes. So we have a function here that's triggered off of the edit button, populates these boxes, and then as soon as you're done modifying them, like I just did here, I modified this one. I click update. It uses the submit functionality to send it up to the server, and then it updates. Right? So that's what's happening there. That data is getting written to the database and then read back down. Okay. Hey, Robodom, good to see you. All right, it is high time for another break. We're going to take 5 minutes. When we come back, we are going back to our server.js, wiring up the remainder of our routes, and then we're going to test this sucker and watch it work. Well, and then we're going to build our, schema to store the data, but that's a very minor thing. And then we're going to fire it up and see if it works. All right, cool. I will see you back here in 5 minutos. Exciting indeed. Yeah, you came in at a good time. All right, BRB. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back. If you're coming back, get yourself a glass of water, use the restroom, get up and stretch, pet your cat, pet your dog, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. All right, Aroni folks, welcome back. Thanks for being here. Okay, so prior to the break, we finished up with all of our client side code. We did our scripting, we did our EJS. We are all done with the client side. So now let's head on over to our server again, which we already partially populated. This kind of stuff is like the standard, middleware, database connection, ports, requirements, and obviously app.listen. Now we have this big section here where our logic should go. So let's fill it with some logic. Also, too, I wanted to say I love the conversation going on in chat about timing. Folks feeling, am I too old? Am I behind? That sort of feeling is pretty pervasive, I think, in general in the working world. Um, and I didn't get my first dev job until I was 30. I'm 33 now. So I'm 33. I just got my first dev job 3 years ago ish, 2.5. I don't know. Time is weird. But anyway, I didn't get my first dev job until I was 30. Prior to that, I was a data analyst, kind of sort of using SQL, not very much, a little bit sort of, but really not coding in a meaningful way. I'd never built anything. And now, now I'm on here, we're doing this, we're doing React, we're doing Tailwind, we're doing TypeScript, we're doing whatever the hell we want because we can. I'm building apps in VB at work for utility apps, that kind of thing. There's no bad time. You're not behind. Nobody's ever behind. I didn't think I could code until I was 30 because I didn't have a CS degree. I do not have a CS background. I've never had a formal education in CS. It's okay. Anybody can code. You can code. You're not behind. Um, you can start anytime you want. Um, yeah, and as USMC said, they went to school during the pandemic. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the sub. Juan Cruz, I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so kind of you. They said they are over 40. USMC said they're over 40, so you're not the oldest. I was older than some of my teachers. Yeah, there's never a bad time. Um, you know, what does they say? The best time to plant a tree was yesterday, but the second best time is today, right? So there you go. Popularly says, I'm 43, never had a real career. Well, it depends, right? Depends on what you're doing. As long as what you're doing is what makes you happy and sustains you, then that's fine. Michael BC says, isn't a real full stack template too generic? Like if you decide halfway through to switch one component of your auth, for example, then it changes it. Yeah, this isn't the end all be all, but mostly what this is doing is it's demonstrating to folks how to do these operations, right? The general way to do these kinds of operations, the general types of things that are present in pretty much every server.js, right? You're always going to have middleware. You're always going to have a database connection. You're always going to have an app.listen. Those are generic things. Is your app always going to be doing some kind of create, read, update, delete operation? Yeah, probably. So let's code it out. Let's see how it works. And then you can modify it to meet whatever needs you're trying to fill. I heard about computers once. Yeah, me too. Oh, Smith C. Leon, thank you so much for the follow. That's so kind of you. Good to have you here. And Silva says, in other words, you're tricking the form to make a post request after you update the items. That's pretty cool. Yes, exactly. We're using the built-in capability of the form to essentially treat it like to use that built-in behavior to then send this request up to the server. Yep, exactly. So we don't have to code it ourselves. Over 60 coding is more of a hobby. Yeah, exactly. It's fun. This is a hobby for me. This all this stuff that I'm doing right now for you guys, this is a hobby. I don't get paid for this. This isn't my day job. I don't do nothing with JavaScript at work or TypeScript or React. It's all a hobby for me. Exactly. We are all in different situations. There is no right or wrong way to do this. There's no right or wrong way to live your life as long as you're not hurting anyone. Yeah. Exactly. The requirements of a job are a wish list. They're never going to get the perfect candidate. All you can do is be the best possible candidate you can be. and then go and apply. Like, you miss every shot you never take, right? Kitten's just a little more comfortable life for each sub, sure. Yeah. All right, let's get cooking. I'm switching over my notes here because we've moved to server.js. Okay, we did all the middleware already. Now, let's set up some routes. So routes are essentially the paths that our server can take when it receives information. And so here now we finally get to see like those methods that we specified, those paths that we specified on the client side. What are those for? How do those work? What do those do? And so we're going to see that. Now, the first route I want to set up is, again, it's a route you're pretty much going to have in every single full stack app you ever build. It is the route that displays your homepage. So as a reminder, what is the path that should trigger the display of my homepage? So for example, the URL, right? It's going to be localhost 3000 and then what? What is the path that is going to display my homepage or my app? Yes, exactly. Iced fire. It is going to be the slash 100%. So the slash is always going to trigger the display of our homepage. However, that doesn't happen automatically. We have to set up a route for it. And we do that by calling an express method and then saying app.get. And then we say, all right, it's a get. Our method is get. Our path is the slash. And if both of those conditions are met, then something should happen. And what should happen is the homepage should render. That's fairly easy to do. Whenever you're working with express methods, you're generally always going to have two parameters that are passed in. You're going to have a rec and a res. What does rec and res stand for? What does rec and res stand for? Yeah, exactly. It stands for request response. So our client can send a request, and then our server can send a response. And in this case, we aren't really getting a request. We're getting a path. The conditions are being met. We're getting a get request, or we're getting a get on, a get method is being invoked on this slash path. And so we want to return the homepage as a response. Rainy day. Thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. All right. We can simply call render and render index. Now, because previously we told our server exactly where our views live, they live in the views folder and they are EJS files. We don't need to specify a full file path here. We just need to tell it the name. Because right here, we already told our server that we are using EJS for our views. So it knows it's going to be an EJS file that it's looking for. And it already knows where it's going to live. It's going to live in a folder called views. So all we have to do is say res.render index, and we're done. Cool. That was easy. And then now let's set up the route for our item page. Let's set up the route for our item page. So this one's going to be similar. We're going to have another app.get, because get is the read method. And this path is going to be /item. And this is going to be an async function. It's going to be an async function. I'll let you think about why this might need to be asynchronous. Remember, we talked about how asynchronous functions are used when we're talking to something external, right? Something that we have to talk to outside of our application. And what might we need to do, or what might we need to talk to in order to render the item page properly? As a clue, the item page is open here on the right side of my screen. You can take a look at that and see what might we need on that page that is not native to our application. Yeah, exactly. We're going to need to talk to MongoDB in order to get this list of items. You're exactly correct. So it needs to be asynchronous because it might take a while for MongoDB to respond, and we do not want to render the page until we get that list of items back from MongoDB. All right, so app.get item, I'm going to say const items, oops, const items. And thank you all so much for the follows. I'm going to thank you individually here in a second. Oh, they're going so fast, I can hardly keep up. I appreciate it. Thank you all. All right, so what we're doing here is we're declaring a variable called items, and then we're waiting on the database to go and find all the items it can. Now, you might be like, okay, but what is this? What is item? What does that mean? And we're going to do that in a minute after we're done here with the server. This is essentially referring to a model. A model is like a blueprint for the data that we're writing and reading from the database. So we're going to pass it through this item blueprint, and that's going to tell MongoDB exactly what we're looking for, what it should look like, and all the information it needs to go and deliver that for us. It's essentially like an architect uses a blueprint, right? The architect can know by looking at the blueprint what item is being described, where it is, materials it needs, etc. And so this is a blueprint that we're going to write, which is going to tell MongoDB exactly what we're looking for and how to and what we want to do. We want to find it. All right. And then after we found it, we are waiting on it. After we find it, then we want to say res.render item and items. Now, what did we do here? Well, we're rendering the item page, right? Just like we did with index. We're rendering the item page, but then we can pass in a second argument here. Here, we're passing in the list of items that we retrieved from the database. Now, why do we do this? Well, to tell EJS, hey, bro, I've got a list of items for you here. I want you to populate those into our HTML. So we're not only rendering the page, we're also passing in the list of items that we retrieved, and that's immediately going to be incorporated into the EJS that we wrote earlier. It's going to do all the looping and the stuff and pull the items out of it and everything. But that allows EJS to access that list. Okay. And thank you for the follow, Shalrus, Deep Gods, Does Dunya. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Iris says, you'll be doing the routes in the server file. It will get a bit messy. Yes, you're not wrong. A lot of times, if we have more routes, we would actually want to put those routes in a separate file. We didn't do that today because this project was already getting pretty large. And I've already gone way over time. I've already gone like an hour and a half over my scheduled time. So yes, generally with larger applications, you would want to take these routes and put them in a separate routes folder, and then have also a separate folder for all of your logic, for your what we call your controllers, for the stuff that's like doing logic, doing thinking. You would want those in a controller folder. That's what we call MVC structure, which is model view controller. We didn't quite get there all the way today, but this is good enough for a simple application. It works, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. USMC. Yep. That's why we didn't do routes today, just because, been going for how long? Oh boy. Just a time constraint, mostly. Been going for 4 hours and 33 minutes. Cool beans. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But as far as functionality, this works perfectly fine. It is just a bit messy. And, you know, when you're just starting out, when you're learning, there's nothing wrong with writing a little bad code. And then you later on, you learn ways to streamline it and make it better. And I do have projects in my repo, in my GitHub, on my YouTube, where we do explore using routes and controllers. If you go to my YouTube channel, if you want to see examples of that, if you want to see how to separate out your routes and separate out your controllers into separate locations, if you go to my YouTube channel and you search for MVC, that's letter M, letter V, letter C. I have several streams where we explicitly focus on MVC structure and we build out apps with that particular structure. So you could easily convert this to MVC properly if you wanted to. Lettuce says, I don't split files until they feel too big. Yeah, that's kind of that was kind of my logic here, is that this is not huge. I don't think this is unfathomably big. We're not going to have that many routes. So let's just build it like this. And then if you build on top of this, and I hope you do, and you add more routes, you add more functionality, then yeah, then refactor it and split it out. And you can follow, you know, instructions that I've done on past projects. If you go to my YouTube channel, search for MVC, you can follow that logic just fine. That would be good homework, certainly. Yep. All right, so we've got our two gets here. We can render those pages now. So now let's actually set up some logic for the requests. So our create, our update, and our delete. Yep. So create. What method am I using for create? This is going to be an app.what. Because remember, the method on the server side has to match the method you specified on the client side. Those two have to line up. So both the route and the method have to line up in order for this logic to be invoked. Post. Exactly. It is a post request. Yep. Method equals madness. Yes. And Ira says they have it easier if the files are structured. I used to didn't understand backend until I started placing stuff in the right place. Yeah, that's perfectly fair. Everybody has different ways that they approach things, and sometimes it's easier if you split things out. Certainly. And like I say, yeah, I do have plenty of projects on my YouTube where we do just that. So if you're having trouble following along with this way, go to my YouTube, search for MVC, and you should find some stuff to your liking there. Exclamation point YouTube for a link to my YouTube. Okay, so for create, we're going to do something similar to what we did here with get. So I'm going to actually just copy and paste this part and close bracket. Because once again, we're going to have an asynchronous function for just the same reasons as the previous one. This one is going to be asynchronous because we're talking to the database. So const new item. Thank you for the follow, Iris. Good to have you here. And we're going to set up, once again, we're going to pass this data through our blueprint, which we're going to do next. We're going to pass this data through our blueprint. And in order to get that form data, right, because this was a create request, it came from our form on our client side, and it's just a big old object, a big old blob of data. It's got a bunch of key value pairs in there, which contain our form data, and we got to extract it. And the way we do that is by looking inside the request and getting the body. Because the request itself, that rec, is actually a huge nested object. Now, I don't know if you ever tried to console log a request just by itself, like console log rec. It's friggin' huge. It's got a lot of data in there that you don't need. What you want to retrieve is the body of the request, which actually contains the data that was submitted. But you should try console logging it sometime. It's fun. All right, so once again, we're going to have a try catch block here, because what that's going to do is it's going to attempt to do the thing. And then if it fails, it's going to fail gracefully and handle the error. Okay. So first we're going to try. We're going to await the new item and see if we can save it to the database. We're going to await the new item and see if we can save it to the database. If we can, then we're going to go ahead and reload. well, or what we're going to do is we're going to redirect back to just the item route, which what that's going to do is it's going to call this. So this is going to, this response is going to redirect. We're going to call item. It's going to pass in the list of items again. It's going to update this list with the new item, and hunky dory, we're good to go. If it doesn't work, then we want to handle that error. And if we do, we're going to redirect to a custom path, which is why we set up that little error handling function in our client-side script. Like I said, it's optional. This path shouldn't be hit, but we want to have it just to have it. Because the error handling function on our client side is going to look inside the URL and say, oh, you got an error. Okay. If you did, then display an alert to tell the user, hey, something went wrong. We screwed up. Didn't work. But that's all that's for. Okay. So save the item, redirect, essentially reload the item page, refetch the list of items, and then render out that page again with the new list of items. Okay, there are some questions in chat I saw. See. You have a single server.js file. In more complex projects, you can have a nested structure with multiple files, ultimately referencing server. Yep. And like I say, I have examples of that on my YouTube page if you want to see them. Look for MVC. I tell you how to do that. I tell you how to set up separate routes. I tell you how to set up separate controllers, how to import files, how to do all that stuff. It was just too much for today. The way things nest will almost be similar to prop drilling. Yeah, I suppose maybe. I hadn't really thought about it that way. Could be. Shouldn't we destructure the body? In this case, you're not going to need to. It's going to work just fine without. Okay, so we did our create. Now we're going to do our update. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this because some of it is going to be similar. So for update, once again, we're going to have a post request. Now, strictly speaking, this is actually a put request. But as we mentioned earlier, it has to be a post request because we are sending it via a form, right? We're sending it via a form, and forms cannot handle puts. They can only handle post and get. So we are kind of fudging it a little bit by using a post request, even though we know it, it's not. It's a put. But it's okay. It still works. So this route that's being used here that we're passing from the form is this item update ID. Now, what does the colon mean? We don't normally see colons in URLs, right? That's a little bit unusual. What is that telling us? I'm going to kind of clear some of this stuff out while you're thinking about that. We keep our try catch block. What does the colon mean? Yes, exactly. This is what's called a parameter. It's basically like, it's basically like a variable that lives inside of a URL. And if you have ever looked at like you've been in a website, you're navigating around and you look at the URL and it's like super long and crazy, that's probably because they're embedding parameters or variables inside of the URL. What this tells our server is that these items here are what they say they are. But this item here is not like a route. It's not like a page called ID or anything like that. It's actually some data that is stored in this part of the route, stored in this part of the URL. It's actually a changeable ID value, and our method here is going to read that value or be able to pull that value from the URL and use it to do things. So that's what that's for. Now, there was a question earlier about destructuring. here we are going to destructure. And I'll tell you why. I didn't really go into detail before because I wanted to show you this first. Do this. Okay, so here what we're doing is we are destructuring this because we only want the name and description, and we're pulling the ID from the rec.params itself. So we're destructuring here to get these specific values and assign them to these specific names. Also, if you wanted to rename these, you can destructure to like rename the stuff in your body. But here we're destructuring to pull these two items out of the body specifically and pull this item out of the request params. And then once we do that, we're going to await item find by ID. Well, actually, wait, hang on. What method do we want to use? For those of you who are familiar with Mongoose, Mongoose contains a crap ton of built-in methods. And a lot of them do exactly what they say on the tin. So if I'm wanting to find a specific item by its ID and update it, which Mongoose method should I use? Don't think too hard about it. I'll tell you that. If I want to find an item by its ID and update it, what Mongoose method should I use? Don't think. Find by ID and find by ID and update. Yes, there is a Mongoose method for that. It's literally called find by ID and update. We're passing in the ID, and then we're passing in the name and description. And these are the fields that we are wanting to update. So there's a library for that. Yeah. So the first argument is, what are we wanting to update? What thing are we wanting to find? So that's the find part. Find by ID, this ID. Update what? Name, description with the values that we've put in there. Okay. Find local Domino's and order pizza. Y'all are gonna make me hungry. Don't do that. And then once we're done, we're gonna redirect back to the item route and reload the page. There you go. And then finally, if that does not work, we are once again going to call on our little redirect. We're going to send an error. Oops. We're going to send an error back to the client side and display that little alert. But I haven't had this fire when I've been using the app, so hopefully it doesn't have to be used. But we're at least handling that error somewhat gracefully. Creativity, who implemented that? Hey, I still have tea, so I'm happy. It's all good. All right. Our last server-side method is handling deletes. That's going to be app.delete. And once again, we're going to pass in, actually, I'm going to copy most of this. It's going to look similar. So instead of item update, we're just going to do item delete. And once again, it's going to be an asynchronous request. And we're going to grab the ID value out of the request parameters. And we are going to try to delete it, essentially. So with that in mind, what method should we use? What Mongoose method should we use to delete that item? We have the ID value, we want to find it by its ID, and we want to delete it. So what's the method? I love asking these questions because it's, yeah, it's find by ID and delete. everybody always tries to like think too hard about it, and it makes me it I don't know, it amuses me every single time because it's just they do exactly what they say on the tin, and it's great. That's why I always ask the question. Nice, easy to use. Yeah, exactly. And so once we've done that, we're actually going to send back a status of 200, which is a success. We're going to send back a message that says the item was deleted successfully, and if it didn't work, we're going to do our little error handling thing. And I forgot this in the repo. I forgot to do this part, so I will update that as well. Assuming it works, assuming I did it right. I love doing things live. You never know if it's going to work. All right, I've got my open and close parentheses there. Oh, and I'm going to put a little comment here. Juicebox Hero, what the what? My goodness. Good to see you, Juicebox. Hey, folks, welcome in. Welcome in. Wow, what are y'all up to? What you doing? Hi, Juicebox. Great to see you. I think this is like the second time you've raided me, and I still haven't been able to raid you back. I owe you like 2 now. Oh, Juicebox says, "Are you going to TwitchCon by any chance?" Um, I actually was with a group and we submitted something for a panel for a TwitchCon panel, but we didn't get accepted. So yeah, I'm not going to be attending this year. I hope to attend someday though. I would love to meet you and all the wonderful other Twitch folks out there. Yeah, we didn't. We got rejected. That's okay though. It sounds like a blast. You're doing a panel with Leon. That's dope. That's so cool. Ah, that's exciting. I'll have to watch it. I will watch it absolutely. But yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna shout out Juicebox here. They're a lot of fun. I love it when we get the chance to raid them. Juice, oops, Juicebox Hero. Oop, there we go. Yeah, yeah. Give them a follow. Super fun. I always love their streams. They always make me happy. Um, yeah, and they're also in the wonderful field of software and game development, just like I am. So Juicebox and all these other wonderful raiders. Walker Zero, thank you so much for the follow. What are we doing today? We are building a full stack template to help folks build their projects quickly and more easily. Um, so this is mostly placeholder, but it's just showing some of the things you can do with a full stack project. We're using HTML, EJS, CSS, Express, Node, and Mongoose and MongoDB. And we've got some client side JavaScript, we got server side JavaScript. We're just kind of showing the gamut of stuff you can do, how you build a CRUD full stack project. And this template is available. If any of you raiders are interested, you can get the finished code and use it for whatever the heck you want. Build your own stuff. I don't care. It's on my GitHub. Do !project for a direct link to my GitHub where you can take this code and do whatever the heck you want with it. There's also a lot of other great code on my GitHub that you can also use for whatever the heck you want. No worries, Juicebox. Go eat food. That's always what I do after my streams. Just go and chow down. So yeah, have a great rest of your weekend, Juicebox. It was great to see you. Yeah, and there's some frameworks that have templates built in. Specifically, this framework is, this template is more posted toward a more of a beginner level. But yeah, there's as you get sort of in the higher levels, there's a lot of functionality that's just built into the frameworks that you're using. Absolutely. But yeah, so we have this application is fairly bare bones, but the main point of this is to basically show functionality. How do you do CRUD? We've talked through every step of the way. If you're interested in this, Raiders, check out the recording. It's available right here on Twitch on the videos tab of my channel. It's available now. You can watch it now. You can rewind to the start of the stream. We've been going for almost 5 hours now, talking exhaustively through every step of the way of how you build a CRUD full stack application. How do you make it work? How do you make it run? How do you display data? How do you create an item? How do you edit an item? How does that work? How do you change the data that's already in the database, right? How do you delete items from the database? All of this is getting written to MongoDB on the back end. How do you make that happen? How do you build a server? All those sorts of things. And actually, right before y'all popped in at a great time. We're getting ready to test it. We're going to test our server and see if it works. I don't know. We'll see. It's always a crapshoot, but we'll give it a try. So I'm going to kill the server. I had it running this whole time. I'm going to kill it. I'm going to restart it to incorporate all of our changes. Hey, Alekin, good evening to you as well. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Also, yeah, once again, thank you all Raiders for stopping in. If you all are interested, if you like my vibe, you want to see more of the stuff I've done, you can check out my YouTube. Do exclamation point YouTube in chat for a direct link to my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is ad-free, and it contains my entire YouTube archive of every stream I've ever done. 99% educational content. If you want to learn how to be a web developer, if you want to build better, if you want to review your skills, check out my YouTube. RIP server. Yeah, we're getting exactly right. Yeah, we're gonna see whether or not we get the chance to practice some troubleshooting. I love it. Come for the code, stay for the kittens. Yes, that's a good point. There are times when there are kittens, live kittens on stream. Not right now, unfortunately, but often. Alrighty, so let's see if we can run it. Let's see what happens. All right, we're running on localhost 3500, so I'm going to see if I can open it. Oh, what? We have got a working image carousel, baby. Our CSS is working. Our image carousel is working. Nice. Okay, so that's the first order. Now let's see if our item page can display. It cannot. That's okay. Oh, I think I know why. I know why our item page can't display, because we missed one thing. So we didn't build out our model. That's the last thing we need to do, and it's very short, I promise. So we need to build out our model. That's the last thing. But we know two things now. We know that our server can display our homepage. Our image carousel works. So that means our client-side JavaScript is running. The last thing is, once we build out our model, then our app will be able to read and write from the database, and we'll have full CRUD. Alekin says, is it possible to upload files to have a database but not a real database? Yes. So you can store files locally inside of your application, Alekin. Absolutely. I have done that on a few, before I learned how to use like MongoDB for projects. I did that with a few of them. I just would build like a massive array or a massive object and store that, in my server, and then deliver it down to the application. So yes, you can. It's not generally what folks do for large amounts of data or for production applications, but yeah, you absolutely can. All right, model time. Like I said, it's going to be quick, I promise. So you have your models folder already. Inside of your models folder, you're going to create a new file called item with a capital I .js. So in item.js, we're going to build that blueprint that I talked about, right? Remember, we're passing data through a blueprint before it gets to the database. And that blueprint tells the database everything it needs to know in order to fetch data for us. Another thing that blueprint does is that, think about an architect. When an architect looks at a building, like they drive out to a building, the blueprint, has the address on it, tells the architect where the building is. And then the architect drives out to the building. They look at the building, it's probably half finished. They're looking at it, and then they can check against the blueprint to see if the building meets the specifications that were outlined on the blueprint. Did they use enough cement? Did they make it tall enough? I don't know. Did they add enough columns? That's caused buildings to collapse before, right? Missing columns and that kind of thing. And so the blueprint validates that what has been done is correct. And so Mongoose models contain a schema, which is the blueprint, and the blueprint validates the data that's passing through it. So that's what we're going to build here. And you'll see what I mean in a second. Const mongoose. We're going to require mongoose here. We have to do that because anytime you want to use one of these packages you've installed, you have to import it. So that's what we've done here. And then we're going to create a schema. The schema is the blueprint itself. The model contains the blueprint and transfers it, well, I guess allows it it puts it in a self-contained bubble where we can use it to pass data through, send it to the database, or retrieve it from the database. So mongoose.schema. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Walker Zero, Cypher Enigma, and Rod XJA. Thank you so much for the follows, all three of you. I really appreciate it. It's wonderful to have you here. Yeah, thank you so much. Alrighty. So our schema. Our schema is the blueprint for our data. So based on, let me see if I can go back to the finished version here. Based on the data that we have, what should the two things what should be the two things that we're validating for in our schema? What are the two things for the data that we're passing in and out and updating and all this stuff? What are the two things we're validating for? Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's require. My bad. Yeah, good catch. It's require, Mongoose. I didn't type the word require. Okay. Yeah, the two things that we're checking for are name and description. Okay, name, oops, and description. Okay, now for name and description, remember how we were talking before about how like JavaScript is just the friggin' wild, wild west, right? Unless you're using TypeScript, like JavaScript doesn't care what the heck you put in a particular variable. It's just gonna be like, yeah, bro, that's cool. Whatever you want. Love you. Well, if we want our data to work, to play nice with our application, right? Our application is going to expect certain behavior or be trying to get certain things from the data that's pulling from the database. So the best thing for us to do is force the data that we're putting into the database to have some structure, to have some validation, to meet certain rules and criteria. And so here we're going to enforce some rules on the wild, wild west of JavaScript, and we're going to enforce type. So when we talk about things being, type specific and having typing, this is what we're talking about. When you say something is a string, when you say something is a number, when you say something is a Boolean, that is type. And so some languages are type specific, such as SQL or TypeScript. JavaScript is not by design, but we can force that behavior with something like a Mongoose schema. That's what it's for. That's one of the main use cases, I should say. Percival Wright, thank you so much for the follow. Potato Solari, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Good to have you both here. Now, there's other things we can do other than just enforcing type. Welcome, Percival. So there's other things we can do on top of just enforcing type. Another thing we can do is specify whether something is required. I'm going to say true. So now we are adding multiple layers of data validation and protection. Because if you recall, on our form on the client side, we're also saying that name and description are required. Now we're doing the exact same thing on our server side in our model. So by the time the data gets to that database, it is dang well always going to have a name and description associated with it. So it's going to be exactly what we expect. Because we're doing validation in multiple separate points, it's not overkill. I would consider it good practice to do that sort of thing. So we're doing it twice. So now the same thing for description. And there's other things you can specify here too. You can specify things like a default field. So if you want, if a field is left null and you want to populate it with a certain type of value, such as maybe it's like maybe you're having somebody fill out a form for your application and you want to make it very clear when they chose not to enter information into that field versus, I don't know, there's all sorts of reasons, right? But you could say something like, you could have a default value of like no information provided, right? That would be very clear in your database what happened there. They just didn't fill out that part of the form. Or a lot of what we see default values being used for is timestamps. So you can have your schema auto-generate a timestamp of when data was created. So it doesn't have that data when it's coming up from the client side. You add it in the schema and that gets written to the database. We actually did that last week. If you look at my stream from last Sunday, we literally did that. We built a chat application using Socket.io, which had a Mongoose schema associated with it, and it assigned a timestamp to every single chat message on the server side, right here in our schema. And so that was extremely useful. Yep. Const mongoose, meh mongoose. Double required. Exactly. As T says, client side validation is nice to have. Server side validation is must have. I would agree with that. Yeah. Better if you can do both. Absolutely. Now, we've created our blueprint. Now we need to export it to make sure that we can use it. So we're going to say module.exports mongoose. Remember, we're going to package all of this data up into a model. And then we're going to give that model a name. So if you recall, we use the word item when we were doing those create, update, delete methods. This is what we're invoking. We're invoking this model that we created. And then we put our schema into the model. Now, the other thing, so our model contains our blueprint, which is, that's half of what it does. What is the second thing? What is the other thing? The other piece of information that this model contains. So to give you a clue, earlier, when we set up our connection string in our server.js, we specified the database that we are writing to, right? We gave it a name. We specified the database that we're writing to. But if you think about the structure of a MongoDB database, it goes cluster, which is the big bucket where everything lives, then database, then what? Do we immediately start writing documents into our database? What comes next in the hierarchy of MongoDB? Yes, exactly, Copper Lily. It's a collection. Now, we haven't specified our collection yet, right? We didn't do that in our connection string. In our connection string, we specified the database. But our collection doesn't get specified until the schema. Now, why? Why don't we just specify both the database and the collection in our connection string? Why don't we do that? Or why might we not want to do that? Why do we want to specify it in the schema, or sorry, in the model instead? Why do we wait until here? Yeah, exactly. Because in most projects, you're probably going to have more than one. You're probably going to have more than one collection in a single in a single project, in a single database. Why? What are some use cases? We actually, if you're wondering, we actually did this just last week in our project last week. Yeah, that's a great use case, Grandma. Yeah. We're going to have users. You could have a collection for users with information about users. Then you could have another separate collection. You should have another separate collection for data from, like, say, their posts, their social media posts. And then you could have another separate collection for, I don't know, likes or, profile data or, usage metrics or authentication data, encrypted stuff such as, passwords and tokens. Those things really shouldn't live together in the same collection. And so what you do instead is you set up multiple separate models that each associate with a different collection. And then you pass data through those models, and the data gets routed to the appropriate collection inside of MongoDB. And I'll show you an example from the project we did last week, or really any project. I have a lot of projects that show this example. What did I call the project last week? I don't even remember. Chat app. Here we go. Yeah, so this is the project that we did last week. It's a chat application. And this is the database here. So our connection string contained this database name. And then inside, we actually have 3 collections. One of them is for chat rooms. It's empty because I didn't end up using it. But the other 2 are messages and users. And messages contains every single message from every single user, just bucketed together. The users collection contains something completely different. It contains user data. So actual user account data, and along with encrypted passwords. These are not real passwords. These have been hashed. So they're not in plain text. So for example, that's when you would have multiple models. And we did in that app. We had 3 separate models, one for chat rooms, one for messages, one for users. So I hope that makes sense why we did that and why you would want to do that. Okay, so we're going to save this. We're going to save this. We're going to save this. Make sure everything is saved. I think we're good to go. Okay, now let's try and run this again. Oh, last thing I need to do. I exported my model, but now I need to import it. Yeah, exactly, Icefire. You caught it. We need to import it into my server so I can read the model. One and only Ghoul. Thank you so much for the follow. I like that name. That's a cool name. Const item. And we're going to require Icy Yogi. Thank you so much for the follow. Models and then item. Okay, there we go. Now I've done that. Save it. Now, if I go down here, we can see that this is now it's yellow, so it's a valid thing to reference. Item not fine. Okay, that's okay. I think we'll see. Item find by ID and update. Yeah, I think we should be good to go. We'll try it. See if it works. Good to have you here, Ghoul. All right, rock and roll, baby. Our server is running. Icy says hello together. I don't know from which raid I'm coming from, but a very interesting stream. Yay! Well, I am happy to have you here. We are connected. We got our localhost running. We got our MongoDB connected. Troubleshooting attempt number 2. Actually, I consider the first run an excellent success. I think it went perfectly. We just needed to implement one more feature. All right, here we go. We're cooking. We got our kitten carousel going. We got all of our content. All the styling looks good. Let's see if we can render our item page. We can! What? So we made it even farther this time. Now, let's see if we can create an item. So now we're going to test create, read, update, delete. I'm also going to pop open my inspect tab here. This will allow us to keep track if any errors are thrown. So we're going to have this open. This will show off in the console. This will show us if any errors happen. So, all right, we'll do test 1. Oh, first off, I'm going to do this. I'm going to try to submit something with the description blank. Yeah, validation, baby. All right, so this is our client-side validation in action. Our client-side validation is working properly. Same if I do this. Yep, same deal. Also, if I leave both of them blank, same deal. That validation is working great. Everybody should do it on every app that they build. All right. So we'll do test one and test one description. Let's see if we can create an item. Hey, baby, it works. Yes. Icy says, is this Atlas for managing virtual environments? So we are using MongoDB Atlas, yes. And I'm going to show you what that looks like. It's the cloud-based version of MongoDB. That's what we're using today. And I'm going to show you what the data looks like inside of MongoDB since we just wrote it. Oh yeah, indeed. All right, let's pop over to MongoDB. So I think I called this one. What the heck did I call it? I called it. What did I call it? I honestly don't remember. It's been so long. Hang on, let me get the name. I called it template database. Super descriptive. Okay. Sorry, I had to check inside my .env file to see what I called it. Oh, and I'm going to refresh these as well. So if you just like spun up your app and you don't see your database in here, just click refresh and that'll refresh the listing. So, all right, it's down here, right here. So here's my database. Now, another thing you might notice if you're not familiar with MongoDB, you might be like, wait, how did that get created? Like, she didn't go in here and like say create database, right? I never did that. But the cool thing is, if you specify a database name in your connection string and MongoDB finds out, hey, it doesn't exist, it will create it for you. You do not need to go in here and say create database. It's the same with collections. Again, if it doesn't exist, MongoDB will create it for you on the fly. That's what's happened here. So if I pop in here, I can see that my items collection has also been created, and it now contains the thing I just submitted. All right. And someone's happy. I am indeed. I'm always happy when things work. Yeah. Yep. This is MongoDB Atlas. It's decent. It's nice to just have a cloud database to connect to. I would say that. Oh, Telemus, thank you so much for the follow. I would say that the interface, like the actual user interface here, is not great. It just isn't. I mean, it's great to connect to a cloud database certainly, but the user interface is kind of meh. So. But for example, like I think Supabase's interface is way better, but I think that and Supabase has dark mode, by the way. I really wish Atlas had dark mode. Does Atlas have dark mode? Does anybody know? If they do, I'm going to switch to it right now. Does MongoDB Atlas have dark mode? Frankly says any max like string and sanitize client side. No, so we aren't doing any sanitizing on the client side. That is something you can do depending on what data you're asking for. Yeah, you can do things like enforcing maximum lengths. You can sanitize the data, make sure it's not malicious, that kind of thing. That is something else you can do client side. Julie's not working yet, but it will. Yeah, it absolutely will. One needs, I know, right? It's so bright. I have everything else in dark mode, and then it's just like this eye blaster. Yeah. Two Wary says, could you add and explain how to use some caching package like React Query in your CRUD template? So we're not using React for this project. We're using EJS. But I have done some full stack with React on other projects. So you can find those videos on my YouTube channel, !YouTube. And hopefully that might have something you need. But yeah, we're not using React for this particular one. PC Gamer says, I might have asked this before, but what are you using for auth? This particular template does not have authentication, mostly because I've been going for like 6 hours already, and we just now got through this. So I haven't added any authentication. That doesn't mean you can't. We've actually done that. We did that just last week. So if you want to practice authentication, check out last week's stream where we built that chat app that I talked about. We built that chat app, which basically has to have authentication, right? Because you want to have people's names associated with messages. You want to have multiple users, multiple clients, that kind of thing. And so if you want to practice authentication, check out last week's stream. I also have other videos on my YouTube channel where we do things like Google OAuth. Um, and if you, I think you should be able to go to my YouTube and just search for, like, for the word OAuth, or just search for auth. And I've done at least, I think, probably 5 streams where we do authentication, various methods of authentication. So do check that out. Hopefully that's helpful. But apparently nobody said that MongoDB has dark mode, so I guess it doesn't. That sucks. It really should. All right, but I think we're cooking, right? So we were able to create. So let's see if we can edit. Hey, it's working, baby. So I'm going to see if I can change this description, and then I'm going to update the item. Hey, it's updated. And if we check the database, it'll be updated there as well. Pop this open, refresh, and our description has changed. So we've got the read, we've got the create, we've got the update. Let's see if we can get the D. No pun intended. All right. So I'm going to add one more item just for, you know, thoroughness. Create. There we go. Now let's see if we can delete. Hey, we're cooking. So Michael PC Gamer, you can see my more recent videos right here on Twitch. So go to the videos tab on my channel right here, maybe over there somewhere. Go to videos channel, and that's where you can find last week's stream. I generally don't move things over to YouTube until, like, I usually do about once a month. I move things over to YouTube. So if you want something more recent, it's still right here. It's right here on Twitch, on the videos tab of my channel. Yeah. Oh, they have dark mode on their forums, but not on their actual, like, Atlas site. That's so lame. Supabase has dark mode, man. Thank you so much for the follow too, Wary. Great to have you here. All right, so we are cooking. I think we've got full CRUD, my friends. I'm going to navigate away here, navigate back. Yep, everything's still there. We're going to do. I think we just demonstrated full CRUD. First try, right? Yeah, we're good. Homework implementing dark mode on our site. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I've actually done that on stream. Yeah, go watch the Astros Ice Fire. It's great to have you here. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate all your contributions as well. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know that I've actually done it on stream with you guys. Yeah, we should do that. We'll do that on a future project. We'll do dark. We'll have a toggle so we can flip dark mode, light mode. Yeah. Okay. So we did it. Good job. Good job, us. So if I look here in the console, I don't see any errors being thrown. That's excellent. No errors being thrown here either. We crushed it, I think. So once again, if you this code is out there on my GitHub, I am going to be pushing some updates to it. I may not do those tonight. I may do those tomorrow. There's a couple things we encountered while we were going through this project that I could improve and I would like to improve. So number one is in the forms on the item page. So on this page, I'm going to be adding labels. I'm going to be adding labels to the form boxes because those are important for accessibility for folks who are using screen readers and adaptive devices to help them access and read web pages. I'm going to be adding labels to the form boxes. The other thing I'm going to be adding is, uh, proper error handling try catch block in the server to make sure that's consistent when we're accessing the database. I realized I forgot that um, on one of my server methods. Talking to the database, I didn't have that, so I added it here in our live version, but I didn't add it in the repo version. Engineer, you get an error about the schema. Not sure why. Mongoose.schema is not a constructor. Did you import your Mongoose schema into, did you import it into your server.js? First off, check if you exported it, and then check if you imported it into your server. Renate says, do you get an error if you start typing in the update form and submitting? Yes, you will get an error. I believe right now, I don't think we're doing any error handling there. Try that. Yeah, so you're going to get an error there. We aren't handling errors on that. And I kind of knew that going in, just didn't have time to implement the feature. But yes, right now, if you just type in the update box rather than hitting the edit button to do it, it will throw an error. You could implement some error handling for that, or alternatively, you could restructure this page so that maybe it doesn't show. My preference, I think, would be that it doesn't even show this whole form. Shouldn't even show that whole form until somebody clicks edit, and then it will populate the form automatically and make it visible. So it should be hidden, shouldn't even be accessible until you click the edit button. So that would be an excellent feature to add, and it shouldn't be too difficult. You should just be able to add it to the client side JavaScript that we already have for the edit function, right? We already have this edit function on the client side. So just pop in a couple lines of code there that just uh, overwrite the visibility for this particular form. So have it hidden by default, right? Just like we did for the image carousel. Have the form hidden by default, and then your edit button should overwrite that attribute and make it visible. And then once the form is submitted, it's going to reload the page anyway, so it's going to be hidden again by default. So that should be really easy to do. That might be some good homework for y'all. No, you didn't do anything wrong. That was kind of a known issue going in. And honestly, I didn't even think of that solution about the hidden thing until just now. So I just spitballed it, but I really think that's the way to do it, is just have it hidden by default. Just have a class, have some CSS in there, just like we did with the images. Hide it. They click edit. It overwrites that, makes it visible. And then once the page reloads after they submit, it's going to be hidden again anyway. So that's the way to do it, in my opinion. All right. Any other questions? Any other questions? Better Owen, thank you so much for following. Appreciate you being here. Feel free to ask. Usually now that we're actually done with the project toward the end of stream, we can talk about whatever the heck y'all want. Got questions about whatever, questions about me, questions about 100 devs, questions about what have you. I'm happy to answer. Wow, my goodness. Oh my gosh. Got a ton of follows. Less traveled road, thank you for the follow. XHWL, thank you so much for the follow. 6DeBird9, thank you so much for the follow. Cake Killer 12, ooh, that's a good one. Thank you so much for the follow. Wow, thank you for being here. So many follows today. My goodness, you know what? I've gotten it almost. Let's see, how much is that? I've gotten like 70 follows during the course of this stream, which is just insane. It's friggin' nuts. I can't believe it. Thank you all so much. Is it 70? I don't know. I have to count. It's a lot. Many tens. Maybe I can't do math. I can't do math. You all know that. Computers do math for me. That's why I'm a developer. But anyway, I've gotten tens of follows during the stream. So thank you all so much. Any experience with Passport? Yes, I have used Passport. I think we've even done it here on stream. Passport is, for those who are not familiar, Passport has dark mode. Passport is basically just a giant authentication bundle for JavaScript projects. And so within this, you can implement authentication in a variety of different ways for pretty much through any service. So when I have done Google OAuth on stream here before, I used Passport. And I would recommend it for anybody who's trying to implement authentication on your app. just install Passport. It's super easy. The documentation walks you through it. Don't do it from scratch. Use Passport. I highly recommend Passport, and I appreciate that you brought it up because yeah, previously when we've done Passport on stream, sorry, we've done like higher level authentication like Google OAuth on stream, we use Passport. Yep. You'll figure it out, engineer more. Just, you figured out Node, and you'll figure this out. But yeah, don't if you're tired, if you're hungry, take a break, go eat something, take a nap, and then tomorrow you'll suddenly see the problem. That's how it always works for me. Either that, or it's like 2 a.m. and I wake up and I'm like, I found the problem, and then I can't sleep. So one of those things will happen. The 2 a.m. thing happens to me a lot, and I don't like it. Strain says, anything big in the works on the channel for Huntober? Well, kind of this kind of stuff. So a couple weeks ago, we built a restaurant template that you could use for a client. Today, we've just built this full-stack template that you could also use as the basis for a client site. So I've kind of been going back to basics, like still doing some stuff with React and more advanced things, but I've also been trying to cycle back to fundamentals for the folks who are participating in 100 devs for the first time in Huntober, that sort of thing. All2 says, how are you feeling after a long stream? My throat's a little dry, but generally pretty good. I found over the last, like, how long has it been? Over the last year and a half or so that I've been doing this, I've gotten more and more sort of endurance with these types of streams. You build up the stamina over time, definitely. Rex says, you know so much. How do you keep up with all your knowledge? When I learn something new, it seems like my brain dumps something out. Yeah, and that's real. Your brain it likes to save space and it likes to save energy. And so the things that you don't practice will be written over. They will be dumped. They will be pushed down your memory stack. That's how your brain works. Like I said, it likes to be efficient. It likes to save space. So the best way to retain knowledge is to practice, to build things, to use knowledge over and over again, to create and solidify the paths in your brain. Because the way your brain works is it creates connections between neurons. Neurons are little cells that live in your brain, and they pass messages via electricity. So messages flow from neuron to neuron, and those neurons actually create physical connections between each other. Neurons are connected physically, and the more times a connection is used, the stronger it gets. Weaker connections degrade and break apart because they're not needed. But stronger connections get stronger. And so the more you practice something, the stronger that connection gets, the less likely it is to degrade, the more likely you are to remember something and be able to access it easily. So that would be my advice, is just practice the things that you want to retain. Teach them to others, build things with them, iterate on them. If you haven't practiced something in a while, go back and practice it again. And then you can fit more in there. You got a misspelling. Oh, good. I always like it when mistakes are like that. I love it when I misspell something because it's so easy to fix. Robodom says, what motivated you to switch from being a data analyst to a developer? Yeah. So I had always really liked computers, just in general. Like, I just think, I don't know, I think tech is so cool. I love it so much. I love the entire industry. But I didn't have, like, I didn't grow up writing HTML for Neopets. I didn't, build do custom CSS for my MySpace page because I grew up in a very rural area, which set me back in two ways. Number one, I didn't have decent internet ever at all. So like basic dial up, that was it. I could barely access web pages. I couldn't watch videos at all. Never, ever. Basic dial up. I could load like text based forums and that kind of thing. So I spent a lot of time in forums. But that was the extent of it. You're waiting minutes for a page to load. So that was, hurdle one. Hurdle two was I didn't have any role models. And I think this is something that a lot of people overlook when, thinking about women, the presence of women and female identifying people in tech is a lot of us grew up not knowing any women who worked with computers, who wrote code, or who were even working in STEM fields. Um, I didn't have any. I mean, oh, I had role models in STEM. My parents are highly educated in the sciences, but not computers. I didn't know anybody. The only people who I had ever heard of who worked with computers were men. And so I kind of just ruled it out pretty early as something that, wasn't a woman thing that the females didn't do. Now, I did have role models in fiction. I grew up with Star Trek Voyager, and Captain Janeway and Seven of Nine were huge influences for me. They told me at least that I could do science, I could do things that I enjoyed and work with technology. Um, and so that was helpful. But again, it was fiction. And so I went to college really not knowing what the heck I wanted to do because nothing seemed interesting to me. Nothing that I saw as within my path of, because I am a woman, I can do X. Nothing was interesting to me. I didn't like any of it. So I went to college. I just like chose a major, just like, I don't know, this can make me some money. And it was a STEM major. I was a major in statistics, um, actuarial science specifically. But I didn't like it. It wasn't fun or aspirational for me. It was just, this could make me some money. Um, so I went through that. I really struggled in undergrad and college just because I wasn't having fun. I didn't enjoy it because I had no passion about anything that I was studying, really, other than English. I really liked English, but that doesn't make you money. So, um, and so I did take a coding class in college, and it sucked. I took a Java class. It sucked. I hated it with every fiber of my being. I did not understand what was going on. And it was mostly just the way the class was taught, unfortunately. I know classes, programming classes and coding classes have gotten much better. This one was not well run. It was like a weed out class. It was like, we are going to crush these students into submission, and they're going to have to write all of their exams on paper by hand. They have to write out code by hand on paper, and that sucks too. So I passed the class by the skin of my teeth, barely, but I was like, nope. And that just solidified my belief that I cannot code. Um, yeah, by hand. Yeah, not kidding. Writing it out on paper. And so that really just solidified my like already held assumption that I at the time I told myself, well, I'm not smart enough to code, and that's okay. I can do other things, but what other things? I don't know. I literally, I mean, that's my inner dialogue at the time. Yeah, you're not smart enough to code, but you can do other things well, so it's okay. I mean, I wasn't like down on myself or anything. I was just like, nope, can't do that. Okay, something else. And so, I got a job as a data analyst because I had a background in statistics. I got a job as a data analyst out of college, and that was fine because I got to work with technology. In data analytics, you work very closely with, well, a lot of software tools, a lot of technology, Excel, um, you know, the various, big databases and that kind of thing. And that's fun for me. I really like that. And then over time, throughout my career as a data analyst, almost 10 years, I kept getting like, I kept like volunteering for like software projects, like administering software, doing settings and user controls, or working with developers to like plan new tools. Like I would be like, oh, I'll help, I'll sit in on the meetings. I just kept like volunteering for that stuff. And then finally, at my current employer, one of my coworkers, I was a financial data analyst for this current employer, and she literally said, like, why don't you just go be a developer already? Like, this is obviously what you want to do. And I was like, no, I can't do that. I can't be a developer. Number one, I don't have a CS degree. Number two, I already figured out I can't code. um, but then I got to thinking, and I was like, well, if I don't try, then I might as well YOLO, right? Like, if I don't try, then it won't happen. um, and at the time, I had already been working with SQL as a data analyst for years at that point. Like, I'd been writing SQL for years, but I still didn't think I could code because I had this mental block based on my years of, experience to the contrary, that like, you can't code because you're a girl, you don't have a CS degree, and you haven't been building computer software since you were 5. Like, and you tried to take a class in college and it didn't go well. So you can't do it, even though I had been doing it. And so I applied for this senior developer job, a senior SQL developer job, and I got it. I interviewed well. I'm good at interviewing, which helped a lot. But I got the job, and that's the job I still have now, senior role. And now, now look at the stuff we do. Look at the stuff we do together. So your background should not be a limiting factor for you to get into this role, for you to get the job, for you to start coding, for you to start building, for you to start creating projects. And so that's another reason why I do what I do is I hope that there are people out there who share a similar story to mine, and who can see that you can do this. It's okay, no matter what you did before, no matter where you come from, you can do this. It's within your reach. So yeah, that was a very long answer to to your very short question, but I really wanted to share it. I like to share it every few streams to kind of refresh, to get it out there for anybody who hasn't heard it. So to all my regular viewers, thank you for bearing with me through that long-winded speech. But I think it's important to share on occasion to make sure it reaches the most people. Okay, I got to catch up with chat now. My goodness. Yeah, Passport is great for like it doesn't have every single thing you might ever want to do, but gosh dang, they have a bunch of strategies. So, check out any type of authentication you want to do, Passport has it. Just dig in there and see, implement whatever the heck you want, which I think is very useful. Okay. Ghoul says, can you explain why you use MongoDB as opposed to MySQL or Postgres? Yeah. So exclamation point GitHub for my GitHub if you still want the link to that. So MongoDB is what is used by 100 Devs, which is so I'm kind of like a community educator for 100 Devs. It's a free open community that teaches folks how to go from any background to becoming a web developer. So knowing zero code to becoming a full stack web developer. And so that's the platform that 100 Devs uses is MongoDB because it's very easy and simple to pick up, right? It uses JavaScript, it uses objects, it's a familiar format. And so most of the apps that 100 Devs folks are familiar with are built with MongoDB as a backend. Now, I have done SQL as well on stream because again, I'm a SQL developer. That's what I do. But I think it's helpful for me to know both document-based databases and relational databases. And so I appreciate the opportunity to use MongoDB to keep my skills fresh in both worlds. I think that gives me an advantage. I don't remember anything ever. Yeah, that's fair. Once you've built enough stuff, you get such a big library of things that you can kind of drag stuff in from old projects. Weiss, thank you so much for the follow. Michael says, so as a child, I assume they had to steal the neighbor's Wi-Fi. Man, we didn't even have any neighbors to steal Wi-Fi from. We lived in the middle of nowhere. My driveway was a quarter mile long we lived back from the road by a quarter mile. And we were alone in in an extremely rural area. So I wish we would have had neighbors' Wi-Fi to steal from. That would have been nice. Jay Thomas says, that sounds like me. I'm not smart, but I can do other stuff, but I enjoy programming. I would I would never say not smart. I would just say that everybody's has this avenue that they're good at. And if you enjoy programming, then do that. There's nothing stopping you. There's nothing stopping you from building good things, um, from building cool stuff. Everybody has their strengths. Rex says, I went to school for things that don't have much direct involvement with tech, and now I regret it. Hopefully it's never too late. No. We've got folks in 100 Devs that are getting jobs who have, who don't have a college education at all, who have a high school education, who didn't finish high school, who went to jail, who, have been, I don't know, working in the food service industry, line cooks and waitresses and waiters and, pharmacists and I don't know, delivery people, like teachers, a huge amount of teachers uh, going through the web development courses and getting jobs as web developers. Um, Yeah, anybody and everybody. It's never too late. Like USMC mentioned before in the stream. I don't know if you were here yet, but they said they didn't get their like last degree until they were 40. So, it's never too late. Uh, Chrissy says, I dropped out of uni last year because of how bad my classes were. I thought I had no skills until I found out about the community. Yeah, that's an unfortunate drawback of a lot of university courses, of university education, is that much of it's not tailored to actually teaching. It seems to be tailored to whittling down the class size until it gets to a certain point, to whittle students down until the remaining class fits through the rest of the pipeline, which is really unfortunate, right? Um, Education should be, especially if you're paying for it, education should have the end goal of lifting everyone up together rather than singling people out and splitting them apart. I think that's a major flaw in higher education. I mean, education should be free in general, but we got to do what we can within the system that we have. And so that's why I love, I work for a university. My current employer is a traditional paid higher education university in the US. So I feel like, doing these types of things, um, volunteering for things like 100 devs is very important because it gives folks an alternative to the traditional education system, which often has the same or better result. I think that's important. Everybody should have choices. Everybody should have alternatives. Yeah, learning to learn is the biggest hurdle. Absolutely. If you have that skill, if you can study, if you can learn, if you can build, then you're going to be fine. Dr. Moto says, have you done any GraphQL? A little bit, teeny bit. I built like 2 projects with it, so really not enough to speak on it in any reasonable terms. But I have experimented with it a little bit, and it seems very interesting. Michael says, how much stuff can you store in Mongo before you got to pay? I've done pretty much like every single project that's like in my archive I have done on MongoDB, and I still haven't hit that point. So I don't remember what the threshold is. We had a couple folks that hit it, that mentioned in chat they'd hit that point. But I think when you get to that point, you may be able to just create a new cluster. I don't know, but I still haven't gotten there. As long as you're careful about what you store. So, for example, if you're going to be storing like videos and images, then what I would do is use Cloudinary for that. So like a separate solution for just storing like videos and images, like put those in Cloudinary and then reference Cloudinary in your MongoDB documents, like link to it, and then you can still fetch all that information. So if you're smart about it, you should be okay. Is Vercel good for hosting? That's what I've heard. Thomas says, I'm good at racing and some sports statistics, but it's because I've watched racing and sports most of my life. I like creating things in tech. That's why I picked programming. Awesome. If that's what you love, then do that. Yeah. T says, have you tried building any projects using HTMX? Do you have any thoughts about it? So I've built tools for my work, which like work with XML, generating it, modifying it, doing stuff. But I haven't done anything with HTMX. I have worked with XML, but not HTMX specific. Yeah. Oh, 512 megabytes is the limit. Okay. I guess I haven't hit it yet. Good to know. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I'm sure there's stuff I can delete out of there. A lot of my databases in my MongoDB are duplicates of each other because I build like my version of a project. So the version that I'm planning to, when I'm conceptualizing and ideating and all that stuff, I build my version of a project and then I get it running. And that's what I demo for you guys at the start of the stream. And then we build it again over from scratch on stream. And so then I have a second collection, which is literally a duplicate of the first one, like just with a slightly different name. So there's a lot of duplicates I could get rid of. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? Yeah, I think I've got to. We'll go for another 15 minutes, and then we'll find somebody to raid, and we'll sign off for the week here. Oh, I do want to show you guys. Um, So on the home page here for our application, you know, I've got these images, um, and I mentioned that they're generated by Dolly, and so I wanted to show you like how I generated these. They're generated by AI, um, based on text-based prompts. I think it's kind of cool, so I wanted to show you. All right, so this is an example of my chat with ChatGPT 4, um, using the Dolly plugin for GPT-4. And for this first one, for the image of the orange kitten, I said an oil painting of small orange fluffy kitten wearing a very cute hat, sitting on a comfortable pillow next to a sunlit window. The kitten is comfortable and alert. And so, based on that prompt, it was able to generate 4 separate images, and I almost couldn't choose which one I wanted to use. They are dang adorable. Yeah. So you can see that they're similar, but slightly different structure. This one's actually really, really pretty. Again, they look like something that your grandma might have, you know, in their living room. And you know, with GPT, you can download them, um, and whatever you like. And then the second one here, again, I just said a watercolor painting where a short haired black kitten sits outside in a garden. There are beautiful flowers all around. It reaches up gently with one paw towards a small blue butterfly flying nearby. I think my grandma does have that in her living room. Yeah. So again, it was hard to choose, right? It's wild what it can do. What's interesting is it's really hard to tell it's AI, except for certain details like this. Did you notice the flower? So this is a flower, right? It's got a stem, but the petals are actually butterfly wings. So it got a little bit confused when it was trying to render this out, and it forgot it was creating a flower, and it tried to create a butterfly with a stem. So I thought that's kind of interesting. If you're trying to spot whether something is AI, there's still these little details that you can pick out, such as this butterfly flower. Yeah. This one's a little harder, but I didn't see anything wrong with this one. Yeah, I think these are pretty good. Anyway, and then the last one here, I took a little slightly different approach. So this one, I said a photograph. So previously I'd asked it for paintings. This one I said, give me a photograph of a tabby kitten lying on her back next to a roaring brick fireplace. She is relaxed and enjoying the warmth. She is lying on a worn, colorful woven rug. And so this is what I got back. Basically photorealistic images of what I had specified. And that's the one I chose for the app. This one was a close second though, honestly. Butterfly flowers, yep. This one was all they're all good. They're all good. But it was hard to choose which ones I wanted to include. Yeah. Still pretty wild that it just generates that stuff on the fly. And so yeah, if you currently have the paid version of GPT-4, you can do this right now. When you start a new chat, you would just choose Dolly as your model, and start generating some images. We're living in the future, absolutely. Watching at 45 degrees, reclined with my cat on my chest, purring. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, life is good. Silva says, did you specify size or resolution? No. Right now, Dolly is limited to like a single size. With resolution, I mean, I think it does like the highest it can do. So, for example, like, I mean, this is basically photorealistic. But the size, it's everything is kind of locked in. You know, the images are always going to be square. Um, I mean, maybe you could do other sizes. I don't know, honestly. I haven't tried. But you know, this is kind of you always get like this size. So I think it's neat. It's been a lot of fun to mess with, and I'm going to have a channel point reward. Um, I currently have one for Stable Diffusion. If you look at my rewards on my channel, I currently have a reward for Stable Diffusion, which I actually have installed locally on my machine. However, I'm going to modify that reward to be that you can ask me to generate an image from Dolly based on the prompt of your choice, because Dolly here gives much better results than Stable Diffusion. So you'll get a better quality image board. Yeah, and Bing also can create images as well. Yeah. And Silva says, "Do you have the paid version?" I do. Yes, because I use GPT for work as well. So for me, it was worth to pay. Like I use GPT at work to help me do things like validating SQL queries. If I'm having a problem with a SQL query, or if I'm having a problem with something really complex like a big stored procedure, I'll just upload it into GPT and it will help me fix it, help me modify it, do all sorts of things with it. Now, what's important to remember is that if you are planning to use GPT for work, you should always anonymize any data that you pass into it. You should never pass real data into GPT, just for safety reasons. I always do that before I pass anything in. I modify it in such a way that it is generic, without changing like the function of the thing I'm trying to modify. Right? I anonymize the data and scrub it. So just important to remember. But yes, I do pay for GPT for that reason, and also because it lets me do stuff like this. That's fun. Part of it's for fun. Hey, Monkey Man, welcome. Good to have you here. Yes, USMC says if you search all images in DALL-E, then the size will be the same for rendering the carousel. Yep, I actually thought about that while I was building it. I was like, this is convenient. This the image carousel works very nicely. The image carousel here works very nicely because all the images are the same size, so it helps. Alrighty, folks, got about 5 minutes. So if you got any remaining questions before we find somebody to raid, feel free to drop them in chat. Big brain time. Yep. No worries, Layla. It was good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Any last questions before we wrap up for this evening? I'm going to have to eat dinner at some point. About 9 p.m. here. Oh, thank you, USMC. I'm glad you found the YouTube helpful. No worries, RoboDom. Like I always say, I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't having fun, right? That's the nice thing about like not making my living from something like Twitch, is that if I ever stop having fun, if I ever stop enjoying what I'm doing, then I just won't do it anymore. And so, it's a fun time for me. So I'm glad it's a fun time for you all as well. And Silva says, do you think you can have copyright issues when using AI generated images? Yeah, that's one of those things that is still kind of being decided, is who gets the credit, right? Because these AIs were all trained with training data of some kind. Trained using real images from real artists who spent real time to do it. And so, how do we credit stuff like this? Yeah, and that's one of those things that hasn't been fully hashed out yet, but I'm sure it's going to have to be. Oh, thank you, Copper Lily. I always love having you here. Now, if you want to use stuff that you know for sure is going to be safe to include on your client apps, I would suggest using Unsplash. Unsplash is a fantastic resource for photographs that are legitimately free to use. You can choose to donate money to the photographer if you would like to. Otherwise, you can just download them and use them however the heck you want. So I highly recommend it. You can search for, and these are like high quality photographs. And all of it is perfectly valid for you to use on your sites, on client sites, you know, whatever you like. You just download them and you go. And you can search for a specific topic, such as, I don't know, Labrador Retriever. Let's do Labrador Puppy. Here we go. So once you do that, it returns whatever you like on whatever you searched for, and they have a huge library. So I recommend it. Yeah, and there's others too. Yep, yep. There's other sources. I think Unsplash. I've always been really happy with it, so I would suggest Unsplash. And then once you find one you like, maybe ooh, this one's cute. So you can get a nice high res version of it, and then you can just download for free. So just click the button, and you can even choose the resolution. So here you can choose the resolution that you want to download it at, and it'll just download for you. And it's all legit. Yep. Pexels as well. Yeah. Pexels is a good one. So, yep, check it out. If you're building stuff for a client and you want stuff that's truly royalty free, yeah, go to Unsplash, go to Pexels. Those are good resources for you. Yeah, they're pretty darn cute, aren't they? Okay. Well, I'm going to start looking for a raid target, but feel free to get your last questions in as we wrap up here. And Silva says, even though you say you enjoy streaming, dedicating almost 6 hours on a Sunday for all the 100 devs community is highly appreciated. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, like I say, it's fun. And another reason is that I always plan out these projects and I try to implement as many features as I can and like demonstrate as many concepts as I can. And it always takes like 3 times as long to actually present it, like as I think it's going to, which is fine. That just always happens. So I was talking to Leon, this funny story. I was talking to Leon one time and asked him like, okay, what advice can you give me for like teaching on the stream? And he said, you know what? Something that takes 30 minutes for you to like actually, like code out yourself, like just me, like ahead of time, something that takes 30 minutes for you to do that is going to take 3 hours to present on stream. And I mean, that has legitimately held true. Like that's pretty much a good rule of thumb. And I tend not to follow it very well. So I always think, oh, it's not going to take that long. And then, yeah, it does. So that's all on me. Suptaku, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, we got some folks here. We've got, and feel free also, if you have someone that you would like us to raid, feel free to drop it in chat. Thank you. It was good to see you as well, Kurzies. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in, Tifu. Um, I'm glad you learned some new things, Strain. Absolutely. And Renitz, great to see you. If you have any suggestions for a raid target, feel free to drop it in chat. Preferably someone in the software and game dev industry, just because it's a fairly small niche, and we like to keep it in the family. But hey, if you got someone you really enjoy and they're live right now, please drop it in chat. I'd love to get some new follows in. But other than that, we've got Zorchenheimer, Eduardo, Team Vash, and Coder Girl Chan. But any frankly, yeah, I like having you here. Let's see. Coder Girl is playing Legend of Zelda right now, so let's try to find somebody who's doing some coding. Oh, RWX Rob. Okay, let's see what they're up to. RWX Rob. All right, what are they up to right now? I think they look like they might be gaming at the moment. Oh, okay. Teaches Linux. All right, fantastic. I don't care if they're gaming. Let's go ahead and raid them. Let's go raid them. Let's give them a follow. Yeah, sure. That's okay. We love variety streamers too. But yeah, if one of his things is teaching Linux, let's go ahead and raid Rob right now. Give him a follow, and then you can tune back in when they're teaching some Linux. I think that's a great skill to have. So it's fantastic that they're doing that. Let's give them a raid. All right, here we go. Raid is starting now. All right, should be ready to raid in about 5 seconds. Once again, thank you all for tuning in today. I will not be streaming next weekend, but I will be putting a bunch of new stuff on my YouTube channel. So watch my Twitter, and I will announce when I put those new videos out. And so you'll have a ton of new content to go through. So next weekend I won't be streaming, but new stuff on YouTube. Okay. All right. See y'all back here in 2 weeks. Check out the YouTube in between.